the most improved, I've got to go with Sergeant ABC.
The first round draft choice, Mr. Sergeant ABC. It's fun and hopefully you'll get some good results.
Oh, I would have drafted her.
Okay, there are your teams for season 9.
Yeah, a very good try overall.
Right?
Yeah.
That's the thing that they got you. So it looks like that.
Going to see the blind leading the deaf to a 2-0 victory over GG Izzy. GG's call. Kitty cat has claws, ladies and gentlemen. These probes are going down. Hey, you know what that cheese is? You know? Oh, you're not. But this is I'm in 37-10, low supply there. We have the GG. Alright, great. Sergeant ABC ties things up. Each team has 1 point. Excellent.
And today we've got a special treat for some of our players because they are going to be taking on the 2-time world champion Cyril.
Battle cruiser operational.
30 needless. We have the GG. Oh boy. He has come in with guns ablaze. Yeah, throughout this, as he's
they pulled it up!
GG! Minnesota Barcraft, FSL team, manages to get a GG.
TV naturals. Aegis Raiders. Infinite Cycles. Endrin Space Harriers. Hold the fort.
Launch detected.
We are live.
Well then, hello to all of our lovely StarCraft fans out there. This is FSL. We are done with our league season, but, well, we still want to know who the best of the best is, so we will be doing our Code A and our Code S championships today. With me is Nucleo. Hey, pal.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Apparently we have a nice intro. That's how it's going. So we have a lot of matches we're going to be going through today. We are going to be starting with a replay that was already complete. We don't know who the winner is, but we will soon find out. All right.
Excited for this weekend, Hyper Turtle?
Oh, I'm excited for a lot of things, you know, and then alarmed by others. We shall see how things go. But yeah, let's hop in. Let's see what's happening in the Capruli sector.
I gotta say, seeing the Code A finalists and the Code S finalists, I'm very excited for that myself. Some of these guys have been playing in the team league, obviously, like the whole season. But there are certain matchups that we've never seen during the live games. So I'm excited to see that high level like gameplay.
The inconvenience of people who are on the same team, you know?
Yeah.
But this is also where we can get a good idea about where people stand. I was really impressed by the Code B matches. We didn't see anything where people didn't know what they were doing there. I mean, obviously it was still lower level, but people had really stepped up. People had their strategies, people had their builds, and now we are getting into, kind of the mid-level players now. All right, we are going to be starting on Old Republic. And away we go. In the upper right, we have a red Zerg, and he calls himself.
And in the bottom left, we have the yellow Zerg. His name is
Sapoli. Evolution complete.
Right. We have the extractor trick, which has pretty much become standard at almost all levels now. You gotta just it. I mean, aside from getting just a very tiny bump up on your economy, it just feels satisfying. There's not a lot to do in the early game, and any tricks you can pull off, it feels good, man. I'm going to make an extractor, but I'm going to cancel it, and I'm going to keep the worker and be above my normal supply.
Yeah, that's one of those things that they discovered recently. Like, it's definitely a player preference thing. But if you get that extra drone out and like don't wait for the overlord, you get like slightly more minerals.
I think rediscovered. The trick's been around since StarCraft 1, actually.
Yeah.
But I think the big difference maker was that they made the hatchery just a tiny bit cheaper, brought it down to 275 minerals. So now the math makes just a tiny bit more sense than it did. But overall, it's just cool. And yeah, this is a ZVZ matchup, so there is going to be a lot. Yep.
Yeah, I know ZVZ is actually possibly maybe his favorite matchup. I've played several custom games versus him. He gets very excited about this matchup in particular.
I know a lot of people don't, but if he does, more power on him.
Yeah. So I'm expecting him to bust out like a variety of strategies during this series because I know how he plays.
All right, cool. Well, this is a best of 3, and yeah, there we go. So there is going to be room for some different variation. What fascinates me so much about ZVZ is just how much of a difference it makes when you move to the next level attack. When you move to Banelands, when you move to Roaches, whether you go to Baneland then Roach, or whether you skip straight to Roaches, there's a lot of room for just build order dominance early on.
Yeah. So far things have been almost mirrored between these two players, but it seems like Sopuli's speed is a little bit late. He has the resources for it, but he hasn't quite invested in it, or a Baneling nest for that matter. But possibly maybe I think
he's got both those covered.
Yeah, exactly. He's definitely making better use of his gas at least.
And anyone watching, keep in mind, these are kind of mid-level players, so like high gold to very low diamond. Yeah, we're at the point in the game where people are seeing if any of these overlords are sleeping on the job and not ready. And
yes. So, yeah, possibly maybe being a little cheeky here, trying to skirt the lings around the side of the base so the overlords don't quite see them. But Sopuli did have a spotter ling there, tailing those lings. He knows this attack is coming.
Well, he also had that ling there just to get an idea of when the third was going down. If the third is going down, he's going to have a little bit of information to go by. Sopuli already going for a lair.
Yeah, just the lack of that in general by a certain time period in time point in ZVZ just lets you know that an attack is coming more than likely.
Yeah, and this
or some high tech.
Well, exactly, and neither of them have their third down just yet, so they are committing to a bit more army. They are not worrying too much about economy at the moment.
Yeah, so Sapi is electing to skip the Ling Bane fight and to go straight into roaches here.
That's exactly what I was talking about there. If you have enough roaches out in time, then neither the Lings nor the Banes really scratch them up much. And hello to Dummy Helen. Hey. Alright.
Yeah, Sapuli just, or possibly maybe just testing out this wall, seeing if he can bust through, but with the building blocking the Evo chamber
Never
blocking
attack
that gets
the
cancelled.
same place twice. They're testing it for weaknesses. And yes, very cool graphics. We want to definitely give a shout out. We're getting some more help as things go on, and that's going to continue on to next season when we move back to League play. I'm really excited with some of the animations, some of the intros, and some of the social media tools that we're going to be taking out and taking the world by storm with. Possibly, maybe, almost has that third done now. That was an interesting altercation there. It was sort of, as you said, a big test. He saw that his opponent was playing it safe, so nothing really happened, but both of them delayed. Softly more so, though.
Yeah, I feel like you're going for the early roaches. It's a bigger investment in your like infrastructure and your army at first. Even getting like an earlier roach speed than your opponent.
It is, and the big trick is that you make that investment, you want to be able to take advantage of it, but those roaches are kind of... Well, I mean, they're moving out now, but they were definitely forced to stay home a little bit longer than I think Sopley would have intended.
Yeah, so he's got roach speed already. He's chasing down these roaches that were... He got one so far, so not any game-ending damage by any means. But yeah, Sopley's trying to make his presence known on the map right now.
That's right, cull the weak from the herd. It is roach versus roach action. Long the story of Zerg. Neither of them have any Ravagers just yet. Sopley's seeing if he can just get some worker kills, but everyone had evacuated by the time those three roaches came in. This is kind of a left and a right, left and a right. He is seeing if he can feint one direction and then sneak in the other.
Yeah, by moving down to the third, possibly maybe gave up the ramp. That's a big mistake. He could easily defend if he just forces the enemy roaches to run up a choke.
Exactly, and as they like to talk about, Conclave, and they are... Oh, look at them. They are focusing down the Roach War and no more roaches for possibly
and no more roach speed for possibly maybe as well.
Yeah,
for a while, Sopuli's roaches are going to be a lot more effective.
I mean, he is cleaning up quite a few workers here, but still, worker count not that different just yet.
Yeah, so to compensate for the time being, maybe he's making a lot of links to try to clean up this army.
He is, but in the meantime, those roaches are just stuck between the refinery and the spawning pool. They do make it through, though. Softly, a good 30 supply up now, and he is continuing to parade more roaches in. This is how roach infestations work.
Yeah, so Sapuli definitely be able to create a stronger army here, but in terms of economic damage, not that much damage has been done to possibly maybe other than losing the third, which is admittedly pretty big. But yeah, like you mentioned, the supply difference is pretty is getting bigger just because Sapuli is able to make roaches and possibly maybe is not. Well, now he is.
Yeah, but also roach speed has to start all over again. It still still hasn't just yet.
And Sapuli, not for nothing, Sapuli is also up an upgrade, which is huge in this matchup. The missile upgrade on roaches makes a huge difference. He's even working on +2 and possibly maybe doesn't even have +1. There's going to be a time period where he has +2 and possibly maybe it has nothing.
Yeah, Sapuli right now up in army count, up in worker count, up in base count, up in upgrade count. So if I don't think possibly maybe can just play catch up in the Roach Wars. I think he needs to try to mix things up somehow, but that is difficult to do when you're behind on bases.
For sure, yeah. Possibly maybe he's just thinking about survival right now. Yeah, possibly, or Sapuli is trying to take like his fourth base at this point. He's thriving.
The players are not in here right now. This is not a live game at the moment. We are going to do the first match from replay. But don't worry, you will be seeing a lot of pretty faces on some lovely camera screens very soon. For now, though...
Ravagers have entered the fray.
They have indeed.
So, Sopli did get hit with a couple biles there. Possibly maybe was able to defend, throwing down some corrosive biles down on his army. For the time being, Sopli just pulls back.
Possibly
like
maybe
he's-
just playing survival right now.
Yeah.
He is behind 70 supply now.
And again, Sopli just runs up the ramp. He gets hit with a lot of biles, though.
I think there was a missed opportunity as far as trying to bile the guys as they were going through the ramp. That's where the real money-making shots are.
Yeah. So Sopli landing his own corrosive biles as well.
Dude.
But he has just so much. Yeah.
Yep.
And GG.
And we have the GG. Sopli has taken game one.
Hey, maybe Sopli and possibly maybe Gary be interested in giving the proper game. Or do you want to interview them after?
Let's go with after. They are both ready to go. And, you know, that's another level of us not knowing where things are going to be going next here. But yeah, if they're willing to stand by, we are happy to talk to them right after this match. Okay, replay number 2. We're
Game
going to
2
start
on
up
Ruby Rock.
Ruby Rock.
You
In
are watching
upper left, we have our red Zerg up one map. He is
Sapoli.
And in the
Evolution
bottom right,
complete.
down one map, the yellow Zerg, his name is...
Possibly, maybe.
Alright, here we go. Sopli's done with the extractor trick again. And I mean I'm still assuming things are gonna look similar first off, although okay, Sopli has taken the first hatchery. I wonder if possibly maybe actually might be waiting to make his first structure. Seems that way.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess Sopli actually, let me correct myself, he took an early hatchery just by a little bit. He is at 14-14 at the moment.
Yeah, so this could turn into... yeah, he's still at 14 supply as well, with an Overlord on the way, admittedly.
Yep, right now.
So this could be like just an early like macro hatch. Like some players will like to like get a 14 hatch down just to get the creep a little bit further, and also just to prevent a drone from blocking the hatchery. Or it could turn into a very early, early speed, early pool.
There's a lot of different possibilities. I mean, I've also seen some players at lower levels just notice that they're late on their first Overlord, and they're like, oh, well, I guess I'll make the hatchery first.
Yeah,
There's a lot of different directions this might go. I think Sopli has a plan, though.
Yeah, I don't think this will turn into a Ling Flood given the timing of the pool, but yeah.
No, we're not really seeing any early pools around here. And Sopli, yeah, it's Sopli just a little bit behind in drones at the moment. That's there's different ways it can go. I mean, obviously, if he's behind to start with, he can he can start pumping out more drones once the hatchery is done, which it is. So
Yeah, it's kind of curious because he has a larva to use right now, but he's not quite doing anything with it just yet. Oh, and just as I say that, 12 lings are in production.
All right.
So speed immediately started and 12 lings. I assume he's gonna just run these across the map as soon as he can.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to if he's leading in the direction that we expect him to.
But speed is actually a little bit earlier for possibly maybe as well. So there'll be like a few seconds where he could be caught out on the map where possibly maybe he can just chase him down wherever he wants. And those few seconds can make a huge difference in ZVZ.
The biggest deal that can happen as far as like the difference in Zergling counts is if the player with less Zerglings moves them all out early on, they get caught near the opponent's defense, and then they end up with almost nothing to defend back home. That's not what we're getting here, though. Just both of them sizing each other up. Baneling
Yeah, so
now
Sapili
will be done
runs,
soon.
Sapili runs a couple lings in just to scout the main. He definitely sees the Baneling nest. Not sure if he saw the Roachworn cooking up behind the hatchery. So yeah, possibly maybe giving himself a lot of options here in terms of defense and/or offense.
Exactly. Yeah.
And this time it's Sapili being a little cheeky. He's skirting the lings on the side of the map, trying to take the long way over to possibly maybe space.
There are 30 lings for Sopley right now, and even if a bunch of them do get hit by Banelings, there might be plenty more to spare as long as they're not all bunched up together.
Yeah,
I think very easily there's going to be a third cancel here.
Yeah, because those Banelings are out of position. But those 4 Banelings are going to have to do a lot of work if they want to defend this. 22 lings in production for possibly maybe, now that he sees this army. Oh, and that's not a cancel, that's a kill.
Oh, ow.
Alright, Sapili is sending 1 ling forward, trying to detonate the Banelings. Oh,
making sure to lead. And of
this
course,
micro can actually be kind of hard.
There's a lot of right-clicking involved. You do not want Banelings to take their fate into their own hands. That's the big thing here. Alright, here we go. Bunch of the Zerglings just running right past the Baneling egg, straight into the worker line of the main.
Yeah, Sapili successfully detonated all the live Banelings, but now 6 more are ready. So a ton of lings are in possibly maybe his base already cleaning this up. Those Banelings don't really have to move.
I would have liked to see the workers kind of killed towards them, but he actually didn't lose that much, especially considering his opponent has sacrificed a lot of economy early on. Possibly, maybe, is in a nice little position right now.
Yeah, only 6 workers killed in that attack for possibly, maybe, just like you said. He's actually still ahead economically after this.
Alright, well, he is going out to recreate the third. Bunch of queens blocking there, but he could possibly just take out this this hatchery. No, he's heading home.
And 4 lings back there just targeting down some drones, trying to get some extra economic damage on possibly maybe side. Possibly be send his whole army back to deal with this.
Alright, well that one was a win for Sopley. Not only did he kill 7 more workers, he kept his opponent from attacking his third.
Yeah, now he's ahead in workers by a few. But yeah, basically even the economic game from here. The only difference, though, is Sapili does have a third. So he does have that extra larva, which is a resource in and of itself.
Yeah, that is done. All the better once he manages to get a queen over there, but right now he is playing it safe with the queens keeping the wall down.
Yeah, definitely just turtled up a little bit after his first attack failed, just so he could like get those drones out. Which is really what he needed to do to get back in this game.
Yep. Yeah, KJ is handling production and observation right now. I'm Hyper Turtle with Nucleo as far as the casting goes. But yeah, my day has gotten off to a good start. We started out with some work with my daughter on Hello Kitty Island Adventure, and we are making some good progress there with our friendship levels.
Love that.
Okay. You know, it's a very time-gated game, so you want to be as efficient as you can. Just leveling up those friendships every day you can. All right, so we are going.
I wish I got rewarded for my friendships in StarCraft too.
Oh yeah, you know, a lot of those are just kind of sitting idle. I don't break them, but yeah, I do occasionally just kind of look. So, when's the last time this guy logged in?
Yeah, so Lair is done for possibly maybe in production for Sapili. In terms of upgrades, it's looking that possibly maybe is going to take the upgrade lead this game with 1-1 producing at roughly the same time as Sapili's +1 attack. The armor upgrade not as important for the Roach versus Roach interactions, but still important overall. The longer the game goes as well.
Is really liking this whole tactic of just letting his lings take the long way and then hopping into his opponent's worker lines. But yeah, in this case, they never actually even targeted the workers there. And
yeah, it's still a very useful scout though, because a changeling can be targeted quite quickly. 4 lings, like they're not going to get much damage even if a queen is sitting around there. But it's a very effective way to just see, what is your opponent doing, and possibly maybe takes the right call here. So sets up a spine crawler in each of his bases because he knows that Sapili is going to keep doing this.
Yeah, another thing I think might help is if you just put an Overlord over on the right side of the map. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he hasn't got a beat on exactly where things were coming from. But here we go. Possibly, maybe going on the offensive, and he makes it up the ramp. Gets a lovely concave there.
Yeah, and he's even got Banelings for a good one-punch hit on this army. Banelings versus Roach is not the most effective, but if you can get a good connection on like a clump of Roaches,
Exactly.
you can,
If you
really
soften
send
up
out
a
a
bunch
hurt.
of them at once.
Yeah.
And there
those-
we go. This time
those
it's
connections were
possibly
okay.
maybe who sniped the Roach Warren.
Yeah, so now Sopuli has to rely on Lings for the time being. He instantly recreates the Roach Warren, and now it's Roach versus Roach, but possibly maybe his numbers are kind of huge here. Not just that, but also he's got an upgrade advantage.
Oh yeah.
That one
Yeah,
Spine Crawler
he has-
doing a lot of work, just getting hit after hit after hit. I would love to see
And it
possibly maybe just
survived,
target
too.
that down.
Oh, not too long.
There we go, it's gone.
All right, F in the chat for our dear friend the Spine Crawler. 2 more going down though, and we have Lings coming in from behind.
Yeah, so almost a full surround with the Lings, but there's just not enough here. They're just thinning out while the Roaches are still kind of dying as well. More Roaches being streamed across the map too, so like
And
possibly
here-
maybe this army is just
like
getting
you
bigger and
said.
bigger.
And I think we are seeing the end of this. One of the Spine Crawlers get cancelled, other one goes
Spine
down
Crawler.
without finishing.
Oh, but the auto attack on the unbuildable plates. Okay, so possibly maybe corrects, takes down another queen.
Oh, man.
Now the Satchery at the natural is not looking good.
No, it is suffering, alright.
I would love to see possibly maybe also just split off a few Roaches onto the third to just shut down the mining there. It doesn't take much, but yeah.
Well, right now, I think he is pretty comfortable. Anytime you do your division, you notice that one guy is at less than half of the other. There's just enough that, just not a lot they can do, no matter what kind of army they're fielding.
Yeah. So yeah, natural completely gone and more drones falling.
The main, mostly empty of workers. I
Yeah.
think we've got this in the bag. We are going to Game 3.
GG. So we didn't discuss this at the beginning of the series, but I was actually predicting a 2-1 victory for Sopuli, I think. What are your predictions?
Yeah, I'm still leaning that direction too. And I mean, we've got the 1-1, so at the very least, someone's getting 2-1 here.
Yeah, both of them are ready for the interview, so this is going to be an epic.
Alrighty, let us see what happens. It is our special Winter Madness sale. Loving this map. It looks a lot more like it does outside my window right now. In the lower right, we have our red Zerg, and his name is...
Sapoli.
And in the top
Evolution
left,
complete.
I evened up the score. The yellow Zerg, his name is...
Possibly, maybe.
Right, starting up here. I think the story of that last game, Sopoli put a lot of investment into getting that early hatchery up, hitting really hard with all those Zergs, and the investment didn't pay off quite enough, even though he had an excellent follow-up where he got more worker kills. Possibly maybe he was able to defend well enough that he kept things even and kept moving ahead, and then, yeah, the Roach numbers don't lie.
Yeah, I think the Lings maybe just took like a little too long just to get to there. It's great to be able to surprise your opponent, but yeah, taking the long way on these maps definitely hurts. So yeah, Sopoli throwing down his early expansion off of 15 hatch. Very similar build coming out of possibly maybe. Both of these guys like their macro games, it seems. Definitely not my typical ladder experience.
Typical ladder experience. Okay, I'm gonna get this over with right now. 3-minute mark.
Yeah, you definitely get punished as a Zerg player for other Zerg players being on the ladder. It's like, oh, another ZVZ, let me just 12 pull. It's like...
Exactly. That's why, I mean, if you are someone who actually likes ZVZ, and I'm not here to judge, the ladder is a more comfortable place.
Yeah. So, yep, very basic, very standard builds coming out of both of these players. It'll be interesting to see where each of them takes it at this point. So far, neither of them have busted out mutas, which have been very popular in this particular patch.
Yes, the quicker mutas. That's something that very much has affected all the matchups so far.
Yeah, and like the quicker mutas, like a lot of GM players have been complaining about this, like mutas and ZVZ just being broken because like the amount of stuff that you have to do to defend is just like way harder than like actually like running mutas around and just picking off overlords,
Kind of
forcing
being
spore
forced.
crawlers.
Exactly, being forced to put those defenses up or go muta yourself.
Yeah, and no one wants
as
that.
much as an insurance policy.
No one likes the muta versus muta interactions. Yeah, so speed is like roughly equal for both of these players. A third going down for Sopuli here. I would expect to see a third coming out from possibly maybe. Oh, okay, no. So he actually went with a Baneling Nest and a Roach Warren
at the same time. We've been seeing quite a bit of that with him. Last match, the Roach Warren was a lot later because he had to be on the defense. But yeah, he very much seems to like having both options available.
Yeah, so again, Sopuli just running around with like 6 lings. I think this is more of a scout than anything, but it's interesting that he took the long way around just to scout here. Oh, so this could turn into a counterattack. So if he notices that maybe is running out across the map, he could send these 6 lings
and he
and
knows
try to
now.
dispatch a queen.
And yes, he is going ahead and sending his lings in. We are going to be having some harassment on both sides right now.
Yeah, so Sopuli runs into the main, forcing if this army wants to retreat, he's going to have to take the long way all the way to get to the main to defend. Meanwhile, possibly maybe says, I'll just defend at home with a reinforcement, and I'll take out the third.
Yeah, I think
on
he
the
just
other
to
side.
take the cancel. He's just using that to stall.
And Sopuli does get the cancel, so no major damage done there, but a good delay on the third. By possibly maybe.
4 workers lost for possibly maybe. He's already got that wall with the queens in there. A lot of damage being done to that Roach Warren.
Yeah, Roach Warren's pretty tanky though, and a lot of these lings are kind of dying. I don't know if that's the most efficient use of the lings. But now even the Roach is kind of getting surrounded here, but I'm not sure if Sopuli has enough to actually take care of all of these Roaches at the moment. Meanwhile, more Roaches
They
and
take care of them before the Roach Warren goes down. He can transfuse that if he's quick on the draw.
Yeah, you got to either transfuse or recreate another Roach Warren, and he does not get the transfuse off. A couple of Spine Crawlers in production for Sopuli right now. He realizes he's in a little trouble here, and he does remake the Roach Warren in the wall, but it's going to be weak while that thing grows. Yeah, and he just sees more lings on the other side. So yeah, possibly maybe trying to take out that Roach Warren again. But the thing is Sopuli kind of walled himself in here, so these lings are going to be even less effective now.
He has. He's got Banelings coming here too.
Okay, maybe the Spine Crawlers can take care of the Banelings and or the Queens.
Well,
huge connections on the lings, but only 4 Roaches left, and 2 Spine Crawlers already made. I think this will be a hold.
He's got the army advantage. He's got to get them over there.
Yeah, I think this is going to end up being a hold because of these 2 Spine Crawlers.
A third evolution chamber there.
In terms of workers killed in this game, only 4 workers killed for Sopuli and only 2 for possibly maybe, so that attack didn't do a ton of economic damage. And neither of these players have a third. Yeah, exactly.
And notice that this time Sopuli is building the Roach Warren further back. It has completed, by the way.
Yeah, he elected to just throw down an Evo chamber instead. He got tired of that getting sniped.
You want something of mine, you got a measly Evo chamber here.
Yeah, neither player started their Roach speed. Sopuli definitely has the resources for it, but I think he's in survival mode right now. Ooh, big connections on the links that are trying to flank there. But those 2 Spine Crawlers are doing more than enough.
Sopuli just hasn't had the energy for transfuses. That's been one of the big issues here.
Yeah, one of those Spine Crawlers does go down, but immediately he just recreates it.
Yeah.
Good investment in the Sim City by Sopuli. I feel like he's very on top of his walling and his defensive structures and his ZVZs.
Again, both of them just stuck, sitting on 2 base ZVZ. As they say, knife fight in a phone booth, right?
Yeah,
Neither of them
things
really
are
able to
shaping up.
safely defend.
Things are definitely shaping up a little bit better for Sopuli, though. He's working on his 1-1 upgrade. Still hasn't started his speed. I'd really love to see that.
And
But
notice
yeah,
that he does have a Ling sitting there just to make sure that he knows if a third goes down.
exactly, yeah.
Here we go, third of his own coming right up.
Sopuli's definitely got better vision on the attack paths, but he's been the one who's been aggressive this whole game. So he's not exactly benefiting from that. Oh, okay.
Possibly maybe with more
Banelings do
vision
detonate
away.
on that third spotting the Ling spotting the third.
Yeah, you
man.
don't want anything to detonate on just one Ling. That's a discount unit. Alright. Overlord going down too. Not of huge consequence, but just gives Sopli that much more. And yeah, he's just going around, dropping biles on one Overlord after another, and this time, possibly maybe, is supply blocked. We're going for full-on Overlord hunt right now.
Yeah, 4 overlords in production from Sopli because he's
Oh.
expecting to lose more of these.
Expecting with good reason, yes. It's one Macy's Day parade balloon going down after another.
You know, I never thought about it that way, but yeah, I could see an overlord being at a Macy's Day parade. I mean, it definitely moves so like just about as fast as the parade.
There
so.
goes Snoopy. There goes Garfield. There goes Derpy of K-pop Demon Hunters.
And then you just hear like the Brood War like overlord sounds like.
Now, everyone watched at home, please understand, I am not encouraging you to pop any Macy's parade balloons. This is just a hypothetical, fantasy sense here, okay? And here we go, yet another, that Overlord, oh, well, it lasted a little longer by, basically 10% of a second. And again, possibly maybe supply blocked.
Yeah, Sopli's getting a lot of value out of these Ravagers. If you morph Ravagers too early, it can be a bit of a liability, because if your opponent is just going to do a ton of roaches and push across the map, those Ravagers won't do much. You definitely need the meat in front of the Ravagers.
More
but he's getting a
vulnerable
lot
to
of
Link,
value.
Jim.
Yeah. He's getting a ton of value just sniping Overlords while both players
Hey!
set up their third base.
Those aren't my Lings. I think we are done hunting Overlords. Now we are hunting Changelings.
Yeah. Just denying vision for possibly
Really,
maybe
yes, he is, but
keep him guessing what he's about to do.
it's
So for
gotta
the
feel
longest
good
time,
too.
yeah, for sure. For the longest time, neither player were making a ton of things. Neither players made a ton of drones for their thirds. But yeah, now they're just making army again. Both of them, just a ton of roaches.
Sopley with a lot of Roach Ravager here, and I want to note, we haven't had a single match between them where things have moved beyond Roach Ravager attack. We haven't seen a single Hydralist or a single Mutalist, and here we go,
Or Lurker.
Miles going down!
Yeah, so both players just unloading all of their biles at once. Possibly maybe move commanding into that army. That's devastating. Good dodges from Sopuli.
Yeah, he is just moving forward, stutter stepping his way to victory. We are at 142, 80 supply, with Sopli's supply count growing. GGWP. Sopli is moving ahead. And we are going to talk about
Evolution complete.
That's it.
Alright, the name of the game is Roach War.
Yeah,
Welcome.
that's my favorite.
Welcome here. This is the first match of our tournament so far that's gone to the third game. So, no matter what, that is taking it above and beyond there.
Yeah,
That's-
I loved this series. I loved to play it so much. This was like my favorite series of the whole season to play.
Are you also a big fan of ZVZ Sopuli?
Not that much really, but the games were so different that I was enjoying it so much. Even when I lost, I was like, damn, this was a fun game.
Fun, for the record, is what the F in FSL stands for, so that is a victory no matter what. And yes, as you said, I love the fact all 3 games were kind of making your way towards Roach Ravager and staying there, and yet all 3 games still very different in how you got there
Yeah.
and what happened once you reached that point. So, yeah, very entertaining stuff.
Yeah, I usually try to like avoid the Ling Bane style. I usually like try to play a bit greedy to the roaches. It works on the ladder at least, but maybe I should learn one opening with the lings and stuff, just in case.
Yeah, were you guys leading up to this match? Were you guys practicing like less macro-oriented builds as well? Like, were you guys considering like throwing in like a 12 pool or maybe like a Ling Bane aggression? But you
Yeah,
guys
like the
decided against it.
Second game was trying to be that. I made I made a huge mistake with the opening. I made the overlord way too early. The pool should be first, and I realized it when I made the overlord, and I was like, okay, we're just going with this, yeah, it kind of messed the whole thing up there. But,
Yeah, tournament nerves can definitely get to you. What about you, possibly, maybe?
Personally, it was such a short notice as far as when we were playing that I didn't have time to do much practice at all, because it was one of those things where, oh hey, I'm open, so are you. Let's get this series done and over with. But no, I was just going kind of my typical macro style. I was very excited for this series for like probably the whole week. I'm like, I get to play Sopley finally. This is gonna be a fun ZVZ. And I was not disappointed. It was a blast. Even with the losses, I still loved it and would definitely do it again.
Yeah, it was by far my favorite and most like dynamic series that I have played here.
Awesome.
Right,
Yeah.
good
Well, you
stuff.
guys will definitely have opportunities to do that again in the future.
Awesome.
Oh yes,
Looking forward to it.
we are, and I've mentioned this before, I plan to do a lot more special show matches, specifically between some of the players who want a piece of each other. So, this could be the start of a lovely rivalry.
Oh yeah.
Alright, we're going to move on to our next match. KJ, is that going to be Shinpon versus Little Reaper?
I think it's Sopley, right?
Sopley?
I believe it's
Little
gonna be
Reaper versus Sopley. The
Little Reaper versus
Chinphone
Sopley. Okay.
possibly maybe is going to be played when we have time.
Okay, that's fine. Alright, let me just bring everyone in then.
Long set of games to play today. So
Yep. And then, for the record, my daughter says all right, but after that, we need to go and buy a cake. She's been watching. What do they call it? Is it cake, or what? And I'm like,
Cake or
oh,
not cake?
all right. And yeah, she insisted that I check to see if there's any like local bakeries that try to disguise what the cake is, and sadly there are not. But there are definitely some fancy cakes around town. All right, so Little Reaper, and then Sopley, are you in game? Yes, you are.
Yep.
Yeah.
All
We'll
right,
chat with them real quick though, because I'm still
Yes, indeed.
setting something up.
Little Reaper. All right, Little Reaper, you are always a man of many words. How you doing?
Good.
All right, there you have it. Yeah,
Have you been prepping for your match today, Little Reaper?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we have a yes and a yes. Let's see if we can max it out. Do you think you're gonna win?
Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
triple yes. We are ready to go. And you know, Little Reaper, as soon as he actually joins the lobby, that's where he actually gets chatty.
And what about you, Sapili? Have you been practicing a lot versus Protoss?
Not against like Little Reaper, but in general, yeah. Protoss was my like Achilles tendon for a long time, and I have a few tricks up my sleeve.
All right. Well, we're excited to see it.
I love
Alrighty.
it. All right, did we cover how we're deciding on maps? Were those already chosen, or am I just throwing them in?
Yeah, you know what? We didn't do the vetoes. Let's just pick some fair maps for either one. What do you guys think? Are you guys cool with that?
Yeah,
Or
Uh,
do
tell
you
you
want
what.
to do
sure.
a quick veto right here?
How about-
We can do a quick veto
Let's
right
My
here.
veto is
just
Mothership.
Let's do
Okay.
quick vetoes right here.
You, Little Reaper, would you like to veto a map?
I just like looked to maps out Tana.
All right. So, do we want to? All right, do either
can
of you
pick
want
the
to
map,
choose a
but-
map then? Otherwise, I'm going to just basically draw them out of an imaginary hat,
Yeah.
which Mothership has been removed from now.
Yeah, as long as it's the tournament maps.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Are there any maps that you don't consider balanced there? I don't think there's anything too major. I haven't heard people
Yeah.
complain. All right, let me just go for it. I'm primarily just going to be going with the stuff we haven't seen in a little bit. So how about 10,000 feet to begin with?
Sure.
Sounds good.
Alrighty. By the way, hats off to that Reddit poster who was doing that big screenshot of a mothership flying around on Mothership. You know, I'm surprised that concept never even occurred to me, but motherships apparently can be inside motherships. It's a proven fact.
Imagine how much bigger the mothership is below the mothership.
Well, you know,
What is it?
they
What is
do
it, the
warp space and
grandmothership
time.
then?
Your grandmothership.
The mother of all motherships. Alright, I'm going to put you in your separate lobbies, and we will see what happens.
LHF
Alright,
players.
good luck, have fun.
Alright. We are ready to go. And yeah,
I don't-
just... it's like, yes, and as soon as I put Little Reaper in the lobby, all caps, I am astonishingly ready.
He's always got a different adjective for it as well.
Oh yes, he's got a thesaurus hidden somewhere next to his computer.
Yeah.
But yeah, one of these days he's gonna be talking like that while he's on mic. So look out, world.
Yeah, I just
You are
imagine Little
watching
Reaper maybe a little bit older, just like trash talking, you know? It's like trash talking his opponents before leading into the
I
match.
am immensely ready.
You are not ready for how ready I am for this match.
Oh yes, World of Warcraft. You are not prepared. Alright, in the upper left, we have our blue Zerg. His name is...
Sapoli. Evolution complete.
And in the bottom right, our green Protoss player, his name is...
Little Reaper.
Alright. So Little Reaper, very much a player who most people have found they need to prepare specifically for, because his first hit, he hits hard. Sapoli is just waiting on that Overlord. There we go.
So, a probe scout from Little Reaper, I think maybe he was hoping to either just confirm that that hatchery was going down or possibly block it, but Sapoli a little too fast for this particular probe.
Yeah, I think it's just a safety thing. I think he wants to know what he's up against before he puts things together. And even if he doesn't put a pylon down in the way of the hatchery, it can always stick around until the Zerglings are about to pop, then just plop a pylon down on one of the possible third locations. So, I mean, Little Reaper, his gateway pushes are the stuff of nightmares. And anything he can do to just add to that.
He's a tricky player. Little Reaper can catch people off guard with his the time heal. He loves his DTs, loves his Twilight Council pushes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if I've seen a super late game in a PVZ in particular for Little Reaper, so I'm excited to see if that'll happen.
He's
Oh, and
usually
Little Reaper
pretty good at
throwing down
following
the
him.
cheese spray right in front of Sapoli. Is he trying to get in his head?
You know, I'm sure he's already in his opponent's head, but it's just something to show off there. Sometimes I like to throw the sprays down just to point out, hey, did you know I unlocked this?
Yeah. Not
And-
BM or anything, just flexing.
No,
you know?
it's just, hey, I unlocked this, and by gull, I need to show that I've unlocked this because I went to the effort. Alright, probe getting chased away.
Yep.
And,
two lings spawn just to deny that vision. Sapoli
Right
looking
behind
to take
him.
his third. Yep, right on time at 29 supply.
And just to double check with you, so for this one, just double tap 3 to follow the observation.
Right, yeah.
Mhm. Observer micro.
You know, I actually just learned that you can like increment the score as well inside like a
Yeah.
like if you're viewing a game. Forget what the controls for that were, but yeah, Roddy was explaining it to me in chat.
Shift for player 1, control for player 2. You hold one of them down and you put the number in. You can also like switch which one is at the top or bottom. You can and you can use the numbers to take their view if you wanted to. There's I have a cheat sheet and I am ready to use it.
Nice. So yeah, Sapu just spreading a little bit of creep there, getting his queen count a little bit higher. Robo tech choice from Little Reaper. So
Not unusual.
typically, yeah, not unusual for Little Reaper.
Exactly, that's what I mean. He usually and I was just about to say, he likes to have a warp prism out as soon as humanly possible.
Yeah, him and his brother, Neutrophil, also love the Warp Prism harass, but yeah, going Robo first is typically a very aggressive play from Protoss, because you won't have any Twilight Council upgrades, but your attack will hit earlier. So whatever you do, it's just going to be earlier, hopefully catch the Zerg off guard.
Alright, Adept goes down. Right now, Sopley, well, with a bit of a lead both in Worker and Army at the moment. So
Yeah,
but,
so
right now,
smart from Little Reaper here. He knows Sapio likes to counterattack. He builds a shield battery in the wall. That's a full wall right now, and he's moving across the map with his Warp Prism. Now the question is, does Sapili have anything on the other side of the map to defend against these warp?
Right now, Little Reaper is warping things on the other side of the map, so I think his gateways are all on cooldown at the moment.
Yeah, and Sapili is droning right now. He sends his the Lings that were attacking the wall. He sends them back. The Lings will be a great choice versus the Stalkers. So again, these Stalkers don't have upgrades, but if he can just get enough of volume to surround these Stalkers, he can he may be able to clean this up. But it's a question of, does he hold his third as well?
Exactly. He does have a fourth started, and a lair on the way as well, so we will see how much damage this does. Little Reaper, and this is classic, he is bringing more and more Stalkers in, and the third goes down.
Losing that third's gotta hurt. Another third is in production.
Alright, he's going to back off. The big thing he's going to want to do is just kind of find a nice spot and keep adding more and more units. Right now, Sopley is the one with the reduction going.
Yeah. So this game could definitely go either way at this point. That's a very large amount of Stalkers. But Sopley does get a full surround here. Again, these Stalkers don't have Blink. A little bit of cute micro coming out from Little Reaper to try to save as many of these as possible. Lings are pretty good versus Stalkers, but that's just so many Stalkers. Yeah, and a ton more Stalkers being warped in. I think that Little Reaper might have reached critical mass here. It's going to be very hard to clean this up. The Queens definitely have to get involved, maybe even the drones here.
Right.
If he could just get +1 melee, though, I think this turns very quickly in Sapuli's favor.
He can't stall for very long, though. And there we go. Look at those Stalkers taking advantage of those evolution chambers to just decrease the exposed area there. And I think Little Reaper has this right now. He is adding a depth to pick off more and more Ling, and more workers. Boys get pulled.
The workers get pulled, but they're running into the same problem that the Lings did. Those Evo chambers were definitely working against them.
We have GG. Little Reaper has taken the first match.
Yeah, I guess that was probably about what I was expecting.
That was exactly what I was expecting, and
maybe
so
game
much
2
that
I'm
just
thinking
came down
Twilight
to
Council.
timing. The big thing there, more than anything else, is that Little Reaper, he made the right call. Instead of trying to go for defenses, he just added extra bricks to that wall, kept it going, forced his opponent to hoof it all the way back, and then tried to defend once he was already doing damage.
Yeah, I think the critical the game was Sapuli making those drones before the attack hit. If he just knew the attack was coming and made Lings instead, that would have been, that round of production would have been enough with his Lings coming back home to clean that up.
Yeah, it's one of those many possible futures. And in that case, I mean, Little Reaper not only chose a very strong attack, but he chose the perfect time to do that attack. And I'm just impressed Yeah, he made the perfect call, not bothering to warp in a single unit for defense, just add in some extra structures so that he didn't have to worry, and then moving ahead with full confidence with those stalkers. Additionally, extra astonishingly ready. You see, that's what I'm going to do from now on. Once he's actually doing the interviews, I'm going to speak for him. I'll just have him send me what he wants to say, and I'm going to say it.
I love how he also said that in Yoda's vernacular as well. He said, additionally, extra astonishingly ready. I am.
Oh no, I think that's an after the fact thing, but still, yes. Finish your training, you must. Not astonishingly extra ready, are you? Yeah, I need to just take a peek into the status of Star Wars right now. I need to know whether that baby Yoda guy has learned to talk yet. I just don't feel it would be as cute if he ever does. Anyway, in the lower right, we have our red Zerg. He is
Sapoli. Evolution complete.
In the top left, our green Protoss player up one match. He is
Reaper.
Alright. And away we go. Little Reaper, I mean, he's not much for cheese. He's got something he does, and he's got it down so solidly. I mean, granted, you never really know whether that might be some Dark Templar thrown in, but he always likes to get that base and gateway count up and running first.
Yeah.
Probably...
definitely not much of a cheeser. It does like his all-ins, I think. I don't think a third was on the way in that last game. But yeah, very strong pushes coming out from Little Reaper.
Thought The Mandalorian got kind of cringe after Season 2. I don't know. I haven't watched anything after the Rise of Skywalker or whatever that was. The kiss at the end just... I don't know. I didn't like it. And here I am. But I will say one thing one thing I did do was I found VHS copies, the widescreen edition of the non-special edition original trilogy, 4, 5, and 6. And on GOG, I went ahead and downloaded all the X-Wing and Dark Forces games. So, I'm going to bask in that nostalgia big time.
Yeah, so Little Reaper playing a little bit more cautiously this game. He goes Gateway Cyber into Nexus and now completing his wall with another Gateway. So I guess maybe this game he was expecting something a little bit more aggressive. Yeah, this map definitely lends itself more to macro games. It's a very large rush distance on this map.
I think in matches with multiple maps, Little Reaper has kind of gotten used to people being a little bit frustrated with his initial gateway push in Game 1 and wanting to try to deny him that in Game 2.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one of the things. It's like, when your reputation precedes you, then you start working off that reputation. You start to get a hang of what people tend to do to try to deal with you.
Yeah, for sure. Soppily taking the line third. I'm personally a fan of the line third as well on this map. It helps a little bit in defending, like War Prism, harass, stuff like that. Just easier to move around in the line.
Well, it's just a further third. And Zerg is the one, that really has to worry about reinforcement.
So also, that Overlord does successfully escape. Nice from Soppily.
I did not know that was an Overlord pillar. I have got to look that up. I've looked up, like, the sort of wall-off charts, but, yeah, I have been having a lot of trouble keeping track of what counts as an Overlord pillar now, because they don't look like they used to. They look a little bit thicker and shorter.
Oh yeah, and there's definitely fewer of them in this map pool.
There
than
are.
The last map pool.
Well, I think it's been a trend. I think with each map pool, maybe not each map pool, but gradually there's been less and less of them. It ends up being kind of a map feature. Another thing I just want to say, this map, if you take the third that's in the opposite direction, it can be very vulnerable to air, just with how far you have to go around to defend there.
Yeah. So yeah, Twilight Council, like I predicted from Reaper. It'll be interesting. Oh, okay. So
They're
charge
going charge.
follow-up as well. So this won't be DTs, at least not right off the bat. Now the question is, how many gateways will he add on to this? And if he's going to be hitting with that.
He knows these lings are out on the map now. But here he is with that gateway explosion. They are being turned into warp gates right now.
Sopley looking to get like a little bit of information here. It looks like Probe may be going to the third to try set up an expansion. Not a ton of gateways from Lil Reaper. I believe he's at...
He is at 5 now.
We're 5 gateways, yeah. Adding on
that
another
would be
couple.
the T button.
Oh, and Little Reaper taking a Ninja Gold base as well.
Oh,
but Sopley's
man.
Lynx is heading over there right now.
Well,
Oh yeah, Sopley
very
sees
least
this right
an
away.
Overlord. Okay, yes. taking a page from his brother Neutrophil's book, trying to take that corner gold, but it is not going to be working out. It's at least gonna keep some of the links. Yeah, pylon completed. Nexus does not, and he is going Mass Adept as Charge is about to complete as well.
Yeah, so maybe just getting the ranged units first, and then maybe he'll supplement with some charge slots. Or no, I guess he's just setting back, trying to get his economy up, setting up that
Little
third.
Reaper supply blocked. But yeah, meanwhile, Sopley going with the Roach attack, 11 on the way. So Adepts maybe not going to do that well against them. Sopley, if he attacks very without wasting much time, he could really benefit from the tech choice.
Yeah, bunch of roaches hitting that third could potentially get the cancel. Sopley running in with his Lings, trying to get like some information in the natural. But yeah, Lil Reaper is pushing across the map. Those Lings don't get much done, unfortunately. I believe there was a unit in the wall. And yeah, Sopley's fourth, already in trouble.
Canceling it right off. Alright, positioning is going to be key here. He does not want to... He wants to limit how much those Zealots can attack. And he is doing an excellent job keeping the Zealots and the Adepts separate. That could be very effective. However, Adepts do have this ability called Shade. And Little Reaper is seeing if he can go for the Harass instead. Just not bothering with those Roaches and just seeing how many worker kills he can get.
Yeah, there's a tempo to this this Adept defense, because like you want to pull the workers right before the Shades actually complete, before they actually start getting hits off. But yes, there's so much mining time being lost like while this happens, and yeah, the Shades just goes right back into the main again. More drones and more mining time being lost.
Yeah, Sopley just not, as you said, in the tempo to address this. Little Reaper, meanwhile, also attacking the third, so there are workers dying everywhere you look right now.
Yeah, this time, so their Zealots are actually targeting the third, so the third goes down. The workers are still alive, but yeah, now they're just running very far to try to mine, and more Zealots being reinforced here. I think, Sopley's in trouble at this point.
Yep. You know, had the right tech advantage, but Little Reaper able to just shade from one spot to another, getting the kills, keeping his opponent moving around instead of attacking.
Yeah. Now the Roaches have regrouped, and it's just the Zealots left. So he could chase down these Zealots if he really wanted to, but they're pretty fast. They might be able to get back home. But yeah, without that third and fourth, those hatches, like, Little Reaper's just going to explode in production and economy. It's a very tough position. Sorry, Kier.
Yeah, and Little Reaper not missing a moment, sending more Zerglings over to the potential expansion spot. Or, I guess he's hanging out on the Zelnaga Watchtower, but still.
Yeah. The Zelnaga Watchtower on this map is actually so clutch. It basically covers like all the attack paths running down the middle. And then every path on the side just takes so much longer.
Alright, we are adding Archons to the mix right now. And Little Reaper with a notable lead in both worker and supply. Both worker and army supply. And by the way, the winner of this match will be taking on Lighthood in a Code S match.
Do you think if Lil Reaper wins, do you think Lil Reaper's ready to take on Lighthood as a Terran player?
I don't think Little Reaper sweats the little stuff or the Reaper stuff. He is going to give Lighthood a handful. I think a lot of that's going to depend how ready Lighthood is, to be honest. Lighthood's been pretty open that he's been paying attention to some other stuff outside of StarCraft, but at the same time, I mean, we could very much have Reaper play versus Little Reaper in that case.
Yeah.
Right,
So yeah, Sopley trying to defend here with his Roach Ravager, but in terms of supply, he's kind of outmapped here. A lot of Zealots, a lot of Archons, and he just has to kite for his life here.
Exactly. Position is so key right now. He needs to try to shave off those Zealots without taking too much damage. He's doing some pretty good kiting, honestly.
Yeah, running into the Sim City, running up the ramp, which is going to help him a lot. Some of the Spine Crawlers getting in on that as well, but there's just so many Archons here behind that. Roaches technically do counter Archons, but when there's this many, like in this many Zealots reinforcing, you gotta wonder if he's going to be able to. Actually, I think he may have done it.
Look at those files!
That was quite impressive from Sopuli.
Yes, that paid off. He was trying for something very similar to what he was trying against the Adepts, but this time he was up against units that didn't have Shade. Those Zealots just kept moving ahead of the Archons, kept getting baited ahead with charge, so that he was able to focus just on the Zealots and then the Archons afterwards. So.
And Sopuli is shaping up for the late game a little bit better. He has 1-1. Lil Reaper doesn't have any attack upgrades at the moment. He's electing to go into DTs, so trying to get like an advantage again, probably in terms of economy, just sniping some more workers. But yeah, right after that attack, after he cleaned up the Archons, he just started droning again. He made like 12 extra drones, putting him almost equal in terms of economy now.
Sopli quick on the cleanup there, and just note, he does already have some Overseers with Overlord Overseer speed 3/4 of the way done, so he is ready for the possibilities. He has a good read on what he has to defend against next.
For sure.
I think the big question here is, what is Sopli's next tech choice? I don't think he wants to stay on Roaches too much later.
Yeah, it looks like he's adding on some Hydras as well. He's getting his 2-2 upgrades. I think when 2-2 hits, his army is going to be quite scary against Little Reaper's upgraded Zealot Archon army.
Right now, Little Reaper doesn't even have any Forge upgrades going. So this is something that could add up very effectively without... and something that's hard to read on, too. You don't always have a chance to click on your opponent's units and get a bead on where they're at with the upgrade count, or do anything about it if they are ahead in the upgrades, because even with Chrono Boost, it takes a while to even things out.
Yeah. Sopli doing a pretty good job of scouting, but he doesn't know that a 5th base is on the way in the 12 o'clock position. He does see that another Nexus was just added by that Spotterling on the 9 o'clock position. So yeah, Lil Reaper's really trying to take the map, but I'm not sure if he has got a great plan for his late game army.
Right. I mean, we were...
Oh, huge storm on the Roaches, though.
Yeah.
Softening them up a little bit, but those Zealots are just being chewed through. 2-2's about to finish as well for Sopli. Sopli may elect to be aggressive here.
Sopli is really doing well with kiting this game. That's the big thing. And on top of just minimizing how many hits he's taking, it just keeps peeling off more and more Zealots, so he doesn't have to deal with the whole army at once. Speaking of Zealots, we have a run by heading towards the 3rd.
Yeah, I think Sopli may see it, because he is sending his army back and peeling off like a group of Roaches to try to see if he's got a base in that 12
Not after doing the whole thing. Although, I don't think the Roaches...
The Zealots actually get the base, though.
They do indeed.
And now he's kiting around. Oh, those Roaches just got completely surrounded. Only 2 make it into the natural. So this is annoying for Little Reaper. But ultimately, I don't think it'll do that much damage. It just basically repositions the army.
Exactly. Both of them having to make a good read on where to have their defenses up. And now we have Soppoli going eye for an eye. He is going to take that Nexus down before he can blink.
Yeah. No mining was going on there. But yeah, just shutting that down, forcing the loss of like 400 minerals. And also just the loss of vision for your opponent.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so both of them regrouping. Both of them just about maxed out. And we have a Nidus Worm going down at the same time these lurkers are being morphed. I wonder if we're going to be seeing some lurkers just traveling right into Little Reaper's main, possibly. He needs to get an Overlord over where he wants to put it down, though.
Oh my god, huge Zealot run by from Little Reaper. I think he might have actually just control-clicked all of his Zealots. Soppoli's army is completely out of position for this, so I think he may lose another base here.
Soppoli really needs some Overlords out there for vision.
Yeah.
Something you need to know where your opponent's coming from, and you need to know what they're sending. As Zerg. That is so essential. And another hatchery about to go down for mineral-only units.
Yeah, it's just there was just so many, and they're just kind of fast. Yeah, just a ton of potential mining going down there. Again, not one of the super active bases, but at this point, Soppoli should probably just like call it. It's gonna keep happening. Just set up a lot of static defense. Maybe leave a couple lurkers behind.
Look at the Overlord in the upper left. I think he is going to get ready for that Nidus right
we
now.
all know what that Overlord's up to. But 4 Stargates were in production for Little Reaper. He's transitioning into his air army. A bunch of Void Rays on the way as well, which will do well versus the ground. Oh, huge storm landing on the Hydras.
As the Nidus Worm is being dealt with, he is sending all the rest of his army out. The Lurkers got out. He almost lost that worm, but not quite. And Little Reaper is going to have to split his attention.
Does he have detection here, though? A ton of DTs were just warped in.
Invisible versus invisible.
Yeah, but the Overseer that was there should be able to spot for the DTs, I believe, if it's still there. Yeah, this is a very big problem for Little Reaper here. Left unchecked, he's going to lose his production. Meanwhile, he's also losing his 4th base.
Right, he is going to get those Void Rays out, which, between those and the DTs, he can probably clean this up, but he is going to have to fight so far behind now. And there are plenty of Hydras mixed in with the main army.
Yeah. There's just so much damage with this army, especially with those attack upgrades. Like, in a straight-up fight, Soppoli's army is just so scary.
Little Reaper's 3rd, and there we go, the GG. Soppoli manages to hold out against Little Reaper's initial attack, weather the storm, and then weather some literal storms. And then, yes, that was excellent there. Little Reaper just not ready for that double-pronged attack there.
Yeah, that was a great game too. Yeah, so we're going into this is a best of 5, correct?
KJ, is this a best of 3 or 5?
Best
the
of
Code A
5.
finals.
It's a finals.
Yeah.
All right, 5 it is.
Yeah, Code A finals.
Okay. All right, so there's plenty of time there, and you got to give it to Soppoli. Things did not look good for him after that Adept harass, but he was able to just stay cool.
Yeah, that was a very impressive defense versus the Zealot Archon army.
Right, things can change on the edge of the knife. I'm just checking to make sure everyone's ready. I have chosen Tourmaline. Next, Little Reaper ready with multiple exclamation points and a winky face. When Little Reaper winks, you know he means business.
Most certainly.
Okay, and yep, Soppoli is also ready, so we are going on. Right now, we are tied up.
I think maybe the story of that game is that last game, Little Reaper didn't have a great long-term plan for his army. kind of teching in many different directions, but not strengthening any one part in any great capacity.
That can happen. Speaking of him, or speaking of Soppoli, actually, in the upper right, we have our blue Zerg tying things up. He is.
Sapoli. Evolution complete.
And in the bottom, we have our red Protoss player. He is...
Reaper.
Alright, away we go. I doubt the openings are going to be that much different than the last two games. Neither of these players like to sacrifice their early build-up anyway, to try to do something particularly sneaky. If they do something sneaky, it's something with like Dark Templar, Warp Ends, or Nidus Worms.
Yeah.
And that stuff obviously has to wait until you've teched up to them.
Yeah, definitely both strong macro players here.
Mm-hmm. Alright, typical wall going down. Whew. I am hyped here. We are going to be going through this, and then we're going to be going to our Code S, our high-level players, with the winner of this match getting to see how far into the Code S bracket they can get.
Yeah.
And
Definitely
Little
some,
Reaper...
definitely some very strong players going into that, but I definitely think either of these players could take games off of like some of those Codex players.
Little Reaper definitely has. He has, for Pulled the Boys, he has done the Codex matches before.
Yeah. So yeah, it looks like we got our Gateway expand with a Cyber Core. Pretty standard from Little Reaper. Safe, standard economic opening.
Right,
and yeah,
not
hatch
overly
first
aggressive or
from,
defensive.
yeah, and hatch first from Sopuli. So all in all, very normal.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, also, once again, just that probe. Just kind of hopping around, making itself visible. And Little Reaper right now, how much room is there in that wall now? Kind of hard to tell from this angle.
Yeah, that's an interesting looking wall. I'm not a wall expert. Sometimes Protoss walls are deceiving.
They are.
It looks like there's a little bit of surface area close to that last gateway, or maybe that's where the the stalker is going to be plugging that hole.
There we go. So the opening is between that first gateway and the cybernetics core. So now we know.
So that is a chrono boost on the cyber core, though, which is usually a tell that this is going to turn into some kind of gateway pressure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, no matter what, it's Little Reaper just about always hits hard with a big gateway push. Now, it varies what's in that gateway push. You know, he can go all kinds of directions between Zealot Stalkers, Adapts, or Dark Templar, but that's the way he goes, and he is very comfortable with it, and the fact that other players know that has not really gotten in his way at all.
Yeah. So yeah, Robo is the tech choice again from Little Reaper. It's about to be completed. I'm expecting he's probably going to be making a Warp Prism again. If it's not broke, don't fix it. I guess it worked in game 1. Maybe he's going to try to go for it again in game 2. Oh, he makes a Immortal instead. Okay.
So maybe starting a little bit more defensively? Just
Yeah.
tiny anyway. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not too much of a difference. By the time you have enough gateway units, he's going to be ready to start working on his next robotics facility choice soon.
But this could also turn into a very strong 2-base push. Maybe Immortal charge lot.
There's the Warp Prism.
Yeah, there's a Warp Prism. I guess what will really decide what will happen is when Little Reaper decides to take his gases. Because depending on that, that'll like give him opportunities to make certain types of units.
There we go. Just a little bit of tickling that stalker. Little Reaper was ready to make something else just to fill up the wall. And here we go. It's going to be...
Do you think that was a mind game, actually? Throwing down a forge right in front of the...
Well, I think he was just playing around with that. But right now we have 2 Zealots and an Immortal in that Warp Prism. So I think what he's going to be going in is just popping that Immortal in and out as much as possible.
Yeah. So Sapuli made a lot of Ravagers in response to this, so I'm not sure
Oh,
if he
yeah.
saw the...
He might be able to bile that Warp Prism right away. Little Reaper is wise to it, though.
dodges the biles very skillfully, and just pulls back to the next waves of reinforcements. But without the speed that these zealots are getting kind of kited.
Well, yeah, no speed on the Roaches or the Zealots. You really want to have the Roaches in front of the Ravagers. That's something that isn't quite happening here. But look at that, Warp Prism just continually seeing, alright, this is not a safe place to go into Warp mode. Oh, and that is definitely not a safe place. The Immortal, was picked up. Alright,
good micro from Little Reaper. This is impressive. Cancels the Warp in at just the right moment,
Right.
picks up, and dodges biles at the same time.
The Warp Prism does not have to be right over what it lifts up.
Yeah. And now he's just kind of hiding the Warp Prism. Oh, wait, does the Warp Prism go down? Oh, I think the Warp Prism might have gone down. They got
The Warp
biled.
Prism went down. It was not recalled. It was not anything. So that is going to make Sopley a lot more comfortable for the moment.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Little Reaper being forced to just destroy that Warp Gate that he used to fill up the wall. Sopley not wasting a moment. He is racing across the map just as the wall gets reopened.
Yeah. Obviously, there's more units plugging up that wall, so those links aren't going to have like too much of a
There
heyday.
definitely are. This is where
Yeah.
the Ravagers are really handy. Because if
Exactly.
a unit wants to fill up that wall, it has to stand still and just look up as that bile rains down.
Exactly. Now Sako is really going to want to take out like as many gaps as possible in this wall and try to like stream his links in, try to make them as effective as possible.
Oh, excellent biles there. He is catching things right where the warp-ins are occurring. And those Ravagers are just gold for him.
Yep, the probes are having to
Squeezing
be
them
pulled.
through, that's a different matter.
Yeah, those probes getting a surprising amount of damage on those Ravagers. But yeah, more...
Alright,
he takes out the last
major
pylon, though.
power. He took out both those pylons. That is 4 unpowered warp gates right now.
But huge biles on the first Immortal. It goes down. The probes are pulled on the
Lots of
Ravagers.
probes dying. The
But
Immortal
more
kinda
like
sit
streaming
there.
in as well.
Yeah, he is not going to let this opportunity go. He's going to keep putting as many units in as he possibly can.
He definitely smells blood in the water right now.
Well, he smells a Protoss who has, what, 1 warp gate that has power, right?
Yeah.
2 warp gates that have power. GG Sopley has taken the lead.
Interesting game 3.
Very interesting. Alright. We are going to be moving on back to Ruby Rock next match. GG indeed. Alright. We are ready to head in. Okay. Yeah, that one, that Warp Prism Harass just didn't get a lot done, and then when the Warp Prism itself went down, and those Ravagers were they were the right call. He was able to do so much damage and then depower everything, so it was just one thing after another.
Yeah. I think the Warp Prism going down basically made it so that Sapuli could run across the map and do whatever he wanted. He didn't have to worry about any potential counterattacks because he has the exit path covered. But if a Warp Prism was still out on the map, and a bunch of Zealots into the main, he's suddenly not as comfortable anymore.
Nope. Alright. Let's see, Little Reaper gives a ready. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 exclamation points, and a big smiley face. Alright, we're at match point here. Little Reaper has to tie this up if he wants to stay in this.
Let's see what he's got.
You are watching FSL.
GLHF. In the upper left, we have our blueser. He is up one now, and his name is
Sapoli. Evolution complete.
And in the bottom right, he needs your support right now because he is at match point. We have the red Protoss. His name is...
All right, everyone. Cheer the Reaper.
Cheer the Reaper. Yeah, I like that.
Yep, yeah, we need to make some Little Reaper t-shirts with that on. In fact, we should really start customizing some t-shirts for all of our players. Get things on brand.
That's an interesting idea.
All right. Hatchery goes down, and again, same old thing. Little Reaper with a probe, just making sure that that there's nothing surprising going on, and also just generally being a nuisance. I mean, you never want a probe hanging out in your base early on. You don't want to overreact to it too, but
yeah. The probe. I'm just seeing a probe. It's like, am I getting cheesed? Is this just a scout? Like, you kind of have to read the player as well. But you never sit easy just seeing a probe in your base.
Yeah. Again, Little Reaper, even if his back's to the wall, he does not change from what works well for him. You know, there's variations, and that's what I love. The fact that even though it's like always these big initial gateway pushes, there are so many variations he can do on that. I mean, last map, even going for more of a drop style. I want to see this go to Game 5, says Monkey Shaman, and yeah, I would not complain if this goes to Game 5.
Yeah,
I think these two have proven a very good match against each other. And I think Sopoli he's had a pretty good formula for just withstanding the initial punches and then moving ahead with some of his specialities.
Yeah, I would love to see more late game versus these two players as well.
Oh, yes, indeed. I mean, we definitely saw some stuff with plenty of Archons go in, and I mean, even a Stargate switch, which just wasn't able to get rolling enough, and Lurker play as well. So, yep, just seeing what they make of things further along.
Yep, so third base goes down from Sopuli at a pretty normal time. Gateway tech warp gate started for Little Reaper. More probes being created at the natural. Not sure if Little Reaper has used his chrono as well. I'd like to see what he ends up using that on.
He does have some energy being backed up here.
Yeah, a sentry in production, which will let him get a bunch of, potentially a lot of vision with some hallucinated phoenixes, most likely.
Yep. Vision, possibly even a little bit of extra defense if he has to throw a force field down in front of his wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, the sentries are a nice little unit that, you know, I'm surprised I don't see them more just a little bit later in the game too, but there's a lot of different things you can do with them. And those, you know, as long as they've got the energy, you can just wait until that's needed. Alright, Overlord trying to float its way out. I do not think it's going to make it.
I think, yeah, the hallucinated phoenix just tipped it off and then it started moving in a particular direction. So yeah, that Overlord goes down, denies a little bit of vision.
Mm-hmm.
And again, Robo choice from Little Reaper sticking with what he knows.
Yep. Yep, and it's flexible stuff too. I guess one thing I didn't mention is these kinds of investing heavily in Gateway Robo. It's not just good offensively, it's also something that gives you a lot of options if you find yourself on the defense right away.
Yeah.
Alright, heading into lair now.
Yeah, and Little Reaper taking his third at a relatively standard timing. So yeah, like you mentioned, this could be a defensive Robo. Maybe just a way to churn out some units, some anti-roach units, i.e. the Immortal, I'm guessing.
Yeah, not staying on 2 base as long as he has in some previous games. Quite a few Lings are on their way.
Yeah,
they target that third.
That's a worrying amount of Lings too. Without a Stargate to really defend, this could be a problem for Little Reaper. And they go for the depth in the wall right now. Little Reaper tries to plug up that wall with a shield battery. Looks like he's successful, and morphs in a bunch more units to try to DPS down these lings. The Stalker and the Sentry, they try to join in the fight, but they get kind of caught out. The Sentry does go down.
Link noticed there is another thing to target.
Yeah, good cancel by Little Reaper.
Back to the wall. Now, a lot of the units in that wall, there's one adept, mostly Zealots, and that can give him the opportunity to try to pick away at some of the buildings there, too.
Yeah, so definitely not game-ending damage. Sakuli basically just trying to like assert his map control right now. But Little Reaper is going to have to try to get his third on the way, or transition this into a powerful 2-base push.
Alright, and he is getting a Warp Prism and a Twilight Council going.
And it looks like more gateways being added. I think he might be going for the aggressive route instead, with a Twilight Council as well. I think that was really what was missing from that last game. Just like one gateway upgrade for those Zealots, I think would have made the difference versus those that Roach Ravager.
Alright, charge is the order of the day. Sopley does see that Warp Prism. And honestly, if that Warp Prism draws some of those Zerglings away, that's not a bad thing for a Little Reaper either.
Yeah. Sopley just being
fourth in the way.
Sopley just being so active with those lings, just like constantly poking forward, like, hey, what are you making? Hey, what are you making? Like, not sure if he saw the Warp Prism, but it is flying towards his main, and the Zerglings do seem to be running in that direction.
He has a bunch of roaches now.
Yeah, Queen's the right position to dissuade this.
Indeed, and again, Sopley with the upgrade advantage. Dark Templars are a possibility, but Sopley didn't know that from the previous game.
Yeah. Very solid worker lead for Sopley right now. Lings poke forward again and confirm that third is going down.
Alright, they do get driven away, however.
And I think at this point, Sopley can probably infer that charge is on the way with the amount of Zealots that are being made. Oh, and Sopley does run into the main with a natural with a bunch of workers. But the probes do get very good surface area.
They do. He does get a good look into both the natural and the main, and that's
4 worker kills. Oh, and he also sees the DT shrine being produced as well. That's a good scout.
More units flooding in. We have a lot of Roach Ravager. That served him well in the past.
But the Zealots do a good job of getting right on top of the army. But yeah, that's a lot of roaches.
And again, I mean, the Adepts are just kind of dead weight against roaches right now. He does have a couple of Mortals, and you gotta love that.
Yeah, and more roaches on the way for Sopley right now. Yep. Those Immortals are doing great work, though.
Sopley way ahead of supply right now. Little Reaper forced to just kind of throw a couple of force fields down just to do what he can with the energy he's got.
Yeah, and now with the Zealots gone, pushes are getting really at the heart of this army. With some good kiting here, I think the Immortals can continue doing very good work, but that third is in a lot of trouble.
Yes, it is. The chances of the game 5 slipping further and further away. 60 to fly to 160.
Defensive DTs right now, so Sopley just kind of has to pull back here. The Overseers are on the way. But yeah, the third does go down.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, okay, I'm going to retreat, but on the way, I'm just going to kill this.
Yeah.
Little Reaper's still on 2 base now.
Yeah, and Sopley getting his 2-2 upgrades, Overlord speed.
Burrow.
Yeah,
he's Burrow. Range. Yeah, he's getting it all. He just wants to make sure he's got every option available, every advantage available he can, and he can just take the Cybernetic threat, choose to try for depowering, but in the end, I mean, he's a comfortable spot no matter what.
Yeah. So yeah, we talked about Little Reaper sometimes playing in the Code SL, and GG.
GG! Sopley has taken it, and moving ahead.
Evolution complete.
Brutal tournament games.
Yeah, so we talked about Lil Reaper also playing in the Codes matches. But yeah, Sopuli is also one of those players that we're thinking of moving up into the Codes bracket as well.
All right, congratulations, Sopley. You're moving ahead 3-1. Looked like Little Reaper was able to overpower you in the first match, but every match from there, you were able to just kind of withstand the initial aggression and just build and build and build. We were
Yeah, like
Yeah.
from the second game and the first game, my hands were literally like shaking because the first game was so close, and then I was afraid of something else happening in the early game, which it did, of course.
Yeah.
And in the second game, I was so worried that I actually was behind on eco at one point.
Right.
And,
You
I
survived some really brutal worker deaths there.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that second attack, you were able to just kite and make your way back to the advantageous position.
Yeah, in the second game, the Nidus was pretty much the seal to the deal, I think.
That was handy, yes.
Yeah. That was a very impressive recovery, losing your third and fourth, and then taking on an army that was that much scarier. Also, props to Lil Reaper for even taking down the third and fourth. That was a very scary attack coming out of you.
Yeah, my hands were shaking on that one. Damn,
You
GG's.
kept on the scary. Excellent showing there. I'm sure the two of you are going to meet again.
Yeah, I hope not.
Are there questions for both?
Yeah, Nucleo, you take this. I need to just make sure that we've got our next matches ready to go.
Yeah, so Lil Reaper, are you a fan of the Stargate opening at all?
No.
You're a little quiet, Lil Reaper. Could you get the mic a little closer?
I am not.
Oh, not a fan. No. I feel like it's a very safe opener, especially if you want to take that like third at like 4:30. You know, that Oracle just like zap 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 zap. No links can touch me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw a pattern of like doing the warp gate early every time, so I thought like, okay, probably in every game after the first game, I was like seeing a pattern of getting the early aggression and just scouting enough. That was like the biggest thing. But if I would say you should try the Stargate opening. It would be a real throw off for me at least if you had pulled it off at one game.
It's a handy thing just to reliably take a third ahead of the others,
Yeah,
but it all depends.
But it's more like on a tournament setting, not in ladder.
And, yeah, also, Lil Reaper, that War Prism micro was pretty impressive too. In the game on Tourmaline, where you were dodging biles by canceling warpins and picking up a immortal, dancing it around. That was did you practice a lot with your brother?
No.
There we go.
Yeah, I was like, when he was warping in with the Warp Prism, I was like, okay, now finally I can get the Warp Prism out. Please let me have it. And then it just like it was like milliseconds before the vials hit before it got out. Did it die actually in the behind, or did you get it out after?
It died.
It died. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I didn't see the XP. I was like, okay, what happened? Did it get away?
And for you, Sopuli, in terms of like your late game Zerg army, which we were starting to see in the game on Taito Citadel, are you more of a ranged attack Zerg army, or are you more of a melee attack Zerg army?
Well, it depends pretty much on the matchup. I like to play Ling Bane, Hydra Bane and stuff, but against Protoss, I don't see the value that much because so many people are going for Colossi, Storms, Archons. It just kind of melts away. So I prefer to go like Roach Hydra to Lurkers, like in the game 2. That was like my original plan. Yeah, it got kind of distracted by the Zealot Adept all-in, but that was the core idea still, and you can maybe see it somehow in the game. The plan was to make Niduses and Lurkers and just try to like eventually choke the. Well, in other terms, maybe out multitask the opponent, like making the Nidus, then attacking. Nidus pops out, I retreat, and then units come from the Nidus.
How many of those
Yeah.
matches went to plan, and how many of them did you just have to improvise?
Little Reaper was really good at ruining my plans, I can tell you that much. The first
I've been
game
there.
definitely not go to plan. I had a whole different idea for that. I was planning to go like Hydroling Bane style at the start, but then I saw the attack coming and I was like, okay, I have to make lings, and I just didn't have enough, or if I did, it was horrible micro. And the next game kinda went to plan. I was expecting some sort of early aggression, so I was kinda prepared, but not for that much. And third, definitely. Third was the
Third
third
was
match
your
was
game.
definitely not the third win, but my second win.
Yeah.
That was like exactly the plan, like Ravager Ling push, but the only difference was he tried to attack me first.
Yeah, one of the things it's interesting to hear that you weren't sure whether the prism was dead or not, because we felt like, you know, your Roach Ravager push very much depended on you knowing that Warp Prism was dead. Regardless, I
gamble.
mean, yeah, you did a lot of depower in there. You were able to really take advantage of just biling down the units that were trying to keep
Yeah.
you from moving further in.
Yeah, that's the whole plan. Like 42 drones, 3 bases, no layer, Ravager Ling all in. 9 Ravagers about. It's my more specific builds because it's so easy to learn.
I gotta
Like,
try that then. I like things that are
Yeah,
easy to learn.
you make like you don't pull off gas. You make 2 gases at the natural, and yeah, you don't have to make the evos even. I just made it to like look normal, basically. But it got delayed because of the Warp Prism and stuff. But it's still I had so many units on the field. It probably didn't matter that much. But and the last game, that went to plan as well. I was planning to do like trying to catch him off guard, cancel the third, trying to like make some links and get him to. I was floating a lot, but the plan was to make Roach Ravager after the link pressure, and yeah, try to just out eco and trying to not let him get out without me seeing it.
Okay. Well, we're going to be
Alright.
going on the next match in about 5 minutes. We're just getting some of our other players ready, and they're just coming back from prayer. So we're probably just going to take a quick break. Sopley, how do you feel moving on to Code S territory?
Well, actually excited. Yeah,
Oh?
it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be fun. I like to challenge myself. It's.
Mhm.
I don't know if it's a kind of a brag, but I have like a possibly maybe it took the first map out of me here, and Little Reaper took the second. So I'm excited to like lose more, I guess, and make those like tighter games and stuff like that. And
Yeah, you've definitely improved a lot throughout the course of the FSL season. But yeah, you're basically playing at around like my level as well. So maybe we'll also play in some games as well.
Yeah, maybe. My top MMR right now is like 3,850 maybe.
Yeah, that's right around where I am right now as well.
Yeah, my MMR has been skyrocketing since the beginning of 2025. Basically, I was like 3,200 at the start or something. So like 500, 600 MMR more right now. I have just been obsessing. I don't play other games pretty much. I just play StarCraft.
Why would you?
And
Why would
yeah.
you?
I'm
And,
basically the same way. My friends get very frustrated with me because
Yeah, also-
because they don't think StarCraft is a good game. But
Also
Well-
have to shout out Ladder Legends and Coach Ian.
Oh, yeah.
He has been helping me a lot.
Eon
And,
Blue.
All right. And
Ian, I don't know if it's just Ian, North
Okay.
American Zerg player, and he has been helping me get my like things better.
Yeah, I gotta,
than the-
I gotta, I gotta check with the Ladder Legends people and just see who's getting coached there, working there, who might find that this is a pretty appealing sort of tournament for them, because we are seeing a lot of people straddling both those discords. That's for sure.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
Nucleo, as far as you go, let's get real. It's time to make some new friends, dude.
I mean, I've been spending a little bit more time in the Devoid Discord. It's a big European clan,
Huh?
and yeah, obviously like doing a little bit more with the FSL people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think my friends are obsessed with this game called Enshrouded right now, some kind of survival game. I don't know. I didn't even download it.
Oh yeah, I have to also shout out Micromaniacs, my Finnish clan.
Yeah, and by the way, we're just waiting for Lighthood to be ready. He said about 5 minutes. That was just a couple minutes ago, so
Alrighty.
we are going to be okay. So I will let him know that too. We're getting a little bit stricter about times, so yeah.
All right, we'll be back. We'll play a video.
Yep.
Sounds good. See you guys soon.
The most improved. I've got to go with Sergeant Eames.
The first round draft choice, Mr. Sergeant ABC. It's fun and hopefully you'll get some good results.
Oh, I would have drafted
Okay, there are your teams for season 9.
Yeah, a very good try overall.
Right?
Yeah.
That's the thing that they got you. So it looks like that.
Going to see the blind leading the deaf to a 2-0 victory over GG Izzy. GG's call.
Kitty cat has claws, ladies and gentlemen. These probes are going down. Hey, you know what FP? You know? Oh, you're not.
But this is I'm at 37-10, low supply there. We have the GG. Alright, great. Sergeant ABC ties things up. Each team has 1 point. Excellent. And today we've got a special treat for some of our players because they are going to be taking on the 2-time world champion Cyril.
Battle cruiser operational.
30 needless. We have the GG. Oh boy. He has come in with guns ablazing. Yeah, throughout this, as he's
Oh, and they pull it up!
GG! Minnesota Barcraft, FSL team, manages to get a GG.
TV Natural. Aegis Raider. Infinite Cycles. Android Space Harris.
Make sure you're in game
We're
on
back.
the American server. Hey, all right, we are getting things set up. Welcome, Lighthood. You are going to be Sopley's next challenger. You are safely in Code S department. Sopley definitely showing his mettle here. Lighthood, I know you've been saying that you've been focusing on some other stuff. I'm just curious. You ready to go as far as StarCraft 2?
Well, about soccer too.
Yep.
I think I'm just not going try hard on it lately.
Okay.
I want to go
that's fair
try
enough.
hard, but I don't know what's going on. Maybe I got a bit less excited for the game.
Okay.
One
Yeah,
has
fair
their
I
enough.
don't know why. Even though I still love it, it's still my favorite game of all time. I would never love another game, but still I'm not playing a lot.
Well,
yeah, StarCraft 2 is an exclusive.
It's the best game ever.
It's an exclusive relationship.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. You know, it's just that you still love each other. You've agreed to see other games, and that's all right.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
taking a little bit of break, but it's always going to be
Could
your
be back.
main squeeze.
I could be back stronger. Who knows?
Yeah.
And it's not letting me invite you to party.
Wait. I'm switching between you.
Oh no, you're not in game yet. Got it.
Yes,
All right.
We're gonna play
Softly-
on Europe or.
Oh, we could play on Europe. I
Yeah,
guess
both
I
of
might
you guys
have
are
fun.
closer to the European server.
Okay, here.
Have better ping.
Just switch around.
I just switch. Okay, I'm switching back. Wait.
Yeah.
I've been playing on the Asian server quite a bit, not because I think I can stand up well there, but because I've been doing a campaign achievement run and recording a bunch of it. And
Yeah.
I've already got all of those in the American server. So it takes all kinds when it comes to server hopping.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Definitely.
This will
And
be a bit
congratulations
more.
for your win, by the way, Spoolie.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
You did great. I watched some games.
The first
Those
two were
3-1.
so sweaty. I was literally shaking. The first two
Especially the
games.
all-in. You made like Stalkers all-in and
Yeah, that was a rough
Juggling.
game.
He did great too, by the way. He's a good player.
What?
FSL.
He's doing
Yeah,
so good lately. Like he really grow as a player.
Yeah,
Okay, so
I mean the early shenanigans when you face it 2 times in a row, you start kind of just to like see a pattern though. That was like the problem. I think if he had like one Stargate opening thing planned, I would say it would be a bit harder to read. But when
Exactly.
I was already expecting it the third game, like something early stuff to happen.
So you had the great counter for it.
Yeah.
Good job, man.
And how familiar are the two of you with each other? You know more or less what to expect?
Well, we played on the same team, at least.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. He's my teammate.
That's a yes then.
Yeah.
And he's good.
Yeah,
I know.
Not
that.
in
guys-
not in the
did you
game
guys do a
sense.
lot of
We aren't
practice
that
games against
familiar.
each
We
other?
haven't played each other.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay.
So it's experiment. I don't know what it's called, but something like
Yeah. So this will be a relatively new experience for both of you
that.
guys.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Have you guys at least observed each other's games to try to like prepare for how the other person might play?
Not at all.
Nope. We're going
And
to.
here's the big question: do either of you care what maps you use?
Nope.
This is
My
best
only
of three.
veto is Mothership.
I know.
You know, here you go talking about people being too predictable, and then boy,
Nice one. Like I told you, like I'm not playing really much. So you can say I'm playing like a game, 2 games a day, maybe 2 days.
Yeah.
I don't know. So for the maps, I'm just playing like, oh, this map is cool. I want to play this. I don't even know the names, to be honest.
Yeah.
yeah, the map switches can be a little bit hard to keep up on. We are going to be starting on White Rabbit. I think we've got everyone in party now.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Oh, here, KJ, could you make me party leader? I'm a control freak here, so I gotta have that crown. Yeah! There's my rush. I don't get a rush by winning. I get a rush by being head of the lobby. Light Hood, go ahead and join.
Downloading, entering lobby. I'm in.
Yeah. Oh, wow. So that tells me you haven't even played on this map before.
Don't mention that.
My lips are sealed. I'm not going to tell anyone that you hadn't had this one downloaded on the European server yet.
It's
Yeah, you know,
already
Alright.
You know, Sopuli's more like classic, while Light Hood's a little bit more like jazz. You know, he likes to improvise.
That's funny.
Maybe, but yeah, we are going to get things moving again. We are going to go into this match. Good luck to both of you. We are going to see
Yep.
how far you progress.
Yeah, I gotta say again, I'm so excited to be going into the Code S matches here as well. Like I mentioned before, so many matchups that we haven't seen throughout this entire season because of the team format, just due to availability and stuff like that. Not everyone gets to play every weekend, but now we're actually like
sitting
really,
on the same team.
yeah, that too. Yeah, no team kills in a team league.
No, we don't get a lot of backstabs. Not a lot, anyway. Anyway, in the upper right, we have our yellow Terran, and he is named
Light Hood.
And in the bottom left, we have our red Zerg coming from Code A. His name is
Sapoli. Evolution complete.
Alright, we went from ZVZ to ZVP, and now we have our first Terran player of the day in a lovely TVZ match.
yeah, a
And
fan
take a look at
favorite
those.
for sure.
Yeah, I'm starting to wall off the natural.
Yeah, so it looks like this might be a low ground expansion coming out from the Terran. Oh, okay, so Barracks on the low ground as well. Okay, possibly
if it's low
not. And-
ground, if it's low ground, I'd expect a double rack, especially from Light Hood. Light Hood,
yeah,
he likes his Barracks play. He likes the mobility. That's what I've really found, whether it's Reapers or whether it's drop play.
yeah, the second worker going down there as well. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a double Reaper, most likely. Aggression to start out the game.
Aggression and scouting, and some general annoyance.
Now, I think that this particular type of aggression can be a lot harder to deal with when it's also proxied, especially if a third Rax goes down. It's just so much easier to build up that momentum coming from the Reapers.
Exactly. The Reapers, those little devils, they just keep healing themselves, and then you end up with like 2 or 3 more full health Reapers hopping in each time.
Yeah, so a third barracks goes down as well in the main, and a second gas guys are being added. So yeah, Light Hood is really committing to this early aggression, trying to get a lead a little early on. This isn't necessarily all in, especially because he has his production back at home. But yeah, he's definitely looking to try to get an advantage this early on.
Right. And as we said, it's doubly so. You keep your opponent on that side of the map. You know what kinds of units your opponent's making, and just generally being an annoying distraction. Another big thing on Reapers. Ooh, are they going to go through the entrance to the natural, or are they going to hop straight into the main, or are they going to split up and do both?
The Overlord gets to the pillar at the natural, and he sees the Reapers leaving the main. Sapoli does start up a bunch of lings, a few of them complete as well. Speed is on the way, about almost halfway done. So this is the time window where Light Hood has to make something happen here before Speed really gets out, because after that point, the Zerglings are going to have a much easier time defending this. Oh, but that Queen kind of gets thrown away from the creep, so it's getting a lot of damage done on it.
The Queen escapes the safety of creep.
Yeah, so it's still alive for now. More Reapers are on the way. He can just dart it back in. The strong Queen's in the front. Nice touch from Sapoli, leaving the weak Queen back. Small details like this help a lot with the defense.
Yep. And the big option here is if the defense gets too big up front, you can always go around and just try to hop up into the main.
Yeah. So Speed is about to finish here. 12 more lings in production. So Sapoli does have eyes on the natural. He does know that a expansion is coming out as well. Speed has completed, and he's getting right on top of a number of these Reapers. He could have probably picked off another one before retreating there, but yeah, it's a good way to prevent the momentum from swinging in the Terran's favor. More Zerglings are out. He's looking to quench this right now.
And there we go, on top of the Reapers, straight away. And there, grenades bouncing everything around.
Yeah, with only 2 Reapers left, I'd say this aggression is pretty much over.
This could give Sapoli a lot of options here. I mean, you got the full wall off the natural, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, that couple of Reapers hop out and never really get to have their vibe going.
Yeah. So yeah, just transitioning into Marine production.
Yep.
Sapoli droning up from here, now that he's safe to do so. And yeah,
and adding... Light Hood adding the barracks just in case. Alright, Factory and Starport. Starport's in production now. Factory's getting his tech lab, so he's going to be pretty comfortable defensively. But I feel like those Reapers were an investment that did not pay off for all the gas he spent on it.
I have a feeling that Sapoli uses rapid fire based on all of these.
Yeah, well, look at that. It's like doesn't have enough energy, so it's just kind of. I don't know if I've seen that before, where it's like a bunch of make believe tumors that just never come into existence.
Yeah, and he tries to do it again.
Rapid fire, ladies and gentlemen. Can't get enough of it.
Inspirational creep tumors.
Come on, kids. Let's do the rapid fire dance. Yeah,
so Stim and Combat Shield coming out of Light Hood, and 1-1 as well. So yeah, this could turn into a 2-base push at that point with maybe some medevacs as well.
Yeah, I'm expecting medevacs just based on what I've seen from Light Hood. You know, as he said, he hasn't been playing a lot of StarCraft lately, and that probably means he's not changing his strategies that much lately either. So he's going to go with what he's historically had a lot of success with. 1-1 about a third of the way done.
Yeah, so Sapoli going into 1-1 himself, it is a little bit behind, which is normal for the Zerg player. Zerg typically doesn't mine as much gas earlier on, favoring to get more mineral income to make more like mineral heavy units and or just drones. But yeah, interesting that he's going into roaches, which is definitely like a stylistic choice. By no means wrong.
What he's more comfortable with, but
yeah,
the Marine tank can definitely outgun them.
Yeah, especially when the upgrades start to kick in and Stim.
Here we go.
Yeah,
we have a double drop, completely full of Marines.
Ooh, so Zerglings start to run back as well. I think those were probably the Zerglings on the main army hockey, so I think that Sapoli sees this coming. Yep, bunch of roaches on the way as well.
Rapid fire tumors out in front of me? I don't think so. Up. Alright, okay. Excellent dodge there. Boost didn't kick in until after he'd already had to dodge those files.
Yeah, there was some nice aim from Sapoli.
Yeah,
I mean, Light Hood was watching.
Yeah, Light Hood got a bunch of tumors, which is, I mean, nothing wrong with that. If you can do anything to just slow down the creep spread, that's a good thing. Although Sapoli definitely, the tumors are spreading anyway. And here we go.
Yep, more biles raining down. They don't make their mark, but those Marines are just running away right now. With that many roaches.
Alright, but here we have them falling back to the siege tank. He has to make sure to get the rest of the Marines out of the medevac. He is doing so. Roach Ravagers forced to turn around. And then hit again. We have a lovely back and forth going here.
Yeah, the Marines are just running ahead of the siege tanks here, so unfortunately they're not really getting the support that they need to actually take on this army. Tanks are surprisingly great versus roaches.
I mean, you know, surprisingly, shockingly. Let me try to bring out the Little Reaper Thesaurus.
Astonishingly.
Abominably. Great against roaches.
Incredulously.
Astoundingly. Alright, everyone in the chat, give me some adverbs to work with. Alright, so we're done there. Softly, just continuing to build up that supply lead. Lighthood only right now trying to get that third going, and there's Zerglin just kind of scraping at it a little.
So yeah, like, Sopuli is ahead, further ahead in terms of economy, but yeah, Lighthood is trying
Biles. The Biles!
Very
Take
nice bile
someone
on the
deep
first
tank.
tank. And yeah, he's just got so much volume here, but the roaches do disappear, so it's just the Ravagers, and once that happens...
Ravager versus Marine, not as good of a matchup.
Yeah,
the Baneling that's just about to complete, and he's got the Zerglings ready to morph. But that also means these are going to be slow Banelings, and yeah, only halfway on the layer as well.
Yeah, and also with the inclusion of Marauders here, I'm not sure if including too many Banelings would be the right call. Yeah, like, just in terms of volume, Sopuli just has so much more production at this point. He's really able to press his advantage and be the aggressor on the map, which at this point in the game, Terran's normally the aggressor.
Yeah, and I mean, right now he's so far ahead as far as potential production goes, as far as economy goes. He can afford to do matchups where the balance doesn't add up usually.
Yeah, especially if the micro is in his favor. Like, if the splits aren't that great, the Marauders can still take a lot of damage. Sopuli tries to go right into the natural, he doesn't get it. Oh, there's still a hole in the natural, actually. The Lynx could go if they wanted to.
Do they want to? Do they want to? Baneling speed getting close to completion. But yeah, all the Banelings already doing their one attack. They get one shot each.
Okay connections there, Bile right on the siege tank as well. Remaining Marauders are having a good time versus these Ravagers, but there are Liberators in play as well, and absolutely no anti-air. Sopuli does get a bunch of Lings. Yes, Biles, of course.
Just get some Lings in there. Oh, that 15 worker kills, and this is continuing. Just that handful of Lings is paying off immensely right now.
Yeah, 19 worker kills with just that attack. That's huge. Sopuli going with the left-right right now. Seeing if he can charge into the third, but there's a couple of tanks there.
The third is where the defenses are, so it's really the natural that's most vulnerable, but not to just Ravagers by themselves. You need to have other units mixed in.
Lighthood notices that, he jumps right on top of those Ravagers. That's an expensive loss for Sopuli, but he's already planning on transitioning into Ultras right now.
Exactly, and even Aspire being built for good measure. So right now, yeah, Sopuli, he has a lot of flexibility right now. He can afford to make trades that don't favor him. He can afford to, you know, go one tech direction and then switch out of it should he need to. And again, Sopuli always on top of the upgrades too. He's at 111 at the moment.
Yeah, so one thing I am worried about a little bit is it looks like there's about like 4 Liberators there, and there's very little anti-air here. Liberators do pretty well versus Ultras. Now, Ultras have to stand in the Liberators, of course. Right. But,
and then the Biles also can be very good against Liberators. Okay, he is going for the flank, but not all of his army. His army's kind of getting a little bit lured off. Here we go. Now he's
going for the full surround here. Beautiful move. He forces the lift off from Lighthood.
Just shrugging and marching right underneath the Liberators.
Yeah.
And looks like Corruptor is going to be his answer to the Liberators. He didn't seem too keen on biling them down, which can be tricky when there's also siege tanks there.
Yeah, but Sopuli finds a completely exposed base on the other side. Lighthood going for a little bit of counter damage. This could turn into a base trade if Zerg's not careful.
It could. Lighthood is he's still defending his natural pretty well, not lowering the supply depots.
Yeah, those Corruptors are starting to work on those Liberates, but now that I say that, they start to fly away. Maybe a move command there, but Sapoli just turn around to try to do this. A Fungal gets a couple of Marauders there, but doesn't force the huge combo units to fight. Where are the Corruptors? Oh, the Corruptors went towards the third. They're still not taking care of these Liberators, so these Liberators are going to have a pretty good time firing at these units in the ramp, but realistically, this isn't enough units that Light Hood can really kill Sophocles on. But yeah, this is quite annoying.
Alright. The Medivacs are Medi-evacuating. Oh, no, they're not. They're just repositioning. Oh, I think this is it. Sophocles maxed out right now, and just picking off those retreating Medivacs as they go.
Yeah, that's definitely an expensive loss for the Terran player, because the Terran player at this point is trying to make units that'll actually like kill this army. Medivacs, you definitely don't want to lose them and be forced to rebuild them.
Nope. Corruptors haven't turned around a bit, and those Zerglings not able to get anything done too, but here come the Ultras.
Yeah,
and
another
lots
good surround
of
coming from Sophocles. He's chasing those Marines right now. Oh, yeah. Marauders are no problem for those Ultras. Very good splits on the Marines. Sophocles says he doesn't want to detonate on that.
47 supply versus 182. I mean, that gained him a few points as far as I'm concerned, but it's not going to change anything about the result of this game. GG!
Even forcing a liftoff on third right before that. But yeah, in that last push, Light Hood was pretty exposed on both his third and fourth, which I don't think only the third was really mining at that point. Softly definitely just spent a lot of time chasing that down.
Super Lemon! That's what War Buddies is calling him. He didn't really take much in the way of losses against that initial Reaper push, and from there, I think he just kept control of the game from then on.
Yeah. Very low eco game from Light Hood there. I think he was hoping to do more damage early on, for sure.
Alright, we are going to Old Republic, and with each of these, it looks like this one at least, Light Hood has played before. I can tell because there was no download pause. So that is my expert insight. Light Hood is ready. And yep, Sophocles is ready. We are going straight into this.
Yeah, so Old Republic, definitely a larger map than White Rabbit. It's going to lend itself more into like this type of macro games, and I think it's like a little bit more wide open as well, less choky than White.
Well, that could be good for Zerg anyway.
You are watching FSL.
War Buddy says 3 of the top 5 are angry space heroes, boys.
A proud team captain for sure. You want to kick us off, Hyper Turtle?
I will kick us off, because in the lower left we have a blue Terran, and he goes by the name of
Light Hood.
And in the top right, we have our red Zerg player, again coming from Code A, up 1 match playing in Code S. His name is
Sapoli. Evolution complete.
Yeah, so far Sapoli really holding his own in Code S.
Definitely not at all nervous about hanging with the big boys. In fact, he says he's excited. He wants to see just how far he can go. And yeah, if he can get through this, well, we got a treat for him, because Harus, Dark Menace, Chatomic, those are no slouches either.
Yeah, Harus has definitely been grinding. I have him on. He's been playing games like pretty much every day.
Yeah, and Chatomic definitely. I mean, I think for me, he went a little. It took me a while to notice just how much he'd advanced too. But in a lot of these Code S games, it was like I blinked and then realized that he was definitely one of the top 3 now.
Oh yeah, he was one of the strongest players going into this for sure. But yeah, he's also been putting in a ton of work.
Yep. And yeah, that's on me. I just, it took me a while to notice just how dominant he is. Dark Menace, meanwhile, yeah, he is consistently been on the top of FSL ever since he managed to kind of lap his brother Neutrophil. There was a time early on in these where Neutrophil and Dark Menace were like the big endgame bosses, where basically they'd be taking on each other in the finals. That was just a given, but we definitely have some challenges to those positions now.
Yeah, guys, Haruz is my #1 ranked player, and then Shatanic, and then Dark Menace. But we'll see.
Haruz, that's supposed to be a secret.
The rankings will change after today's games.
This is where we learn where people really stand, because this isn't just down to the team games. This is one-on-one elimination, and only one will take the coveted S-shaped title.
Yeah, in terms of... Oh, okay, so yeah. This was a 1-gate expand coming from Lighthood. Now he's throwing down his second command center as well. So yeah, just floating the first one down to the natural. The third one will probably just be used to crank out more workers, but very different.
Playing it a lot more safely.
Yeah. Much more economically focused. Probably, yeah, gonna be getting out some hellions
fire car.
Yeah. That'll help him assert his like command over the map and maybe limit the creep spread early on. Yeah, more of a standard opening coming out of Lighthood. See if it pays off.
Yeah, I know a big Terran favorite thing is Hellion, and then one type of air unit. Whether it's Banshee or Liberator, I'm not sure if that's really going to be the direction that Lighthood's going to be going though.
Yep, so Sopoli just confirms the tech coming out of Lighthood right now. Just some fire cars, and gets one worker kill.
It reminds that poor mule that mules don't have an attack.
Yeah.
It's like, well, you drag select. That's the way you gotta go. Alright, but already, like you said, more economic. He has a third command center that he has turned into an orbital.
Yeah. And it's one thing, going back to the playing rankings, it's one thing to be able to like take a game off of someone, but like especially in the longer series, yeah, that really solidifies like who's like in generally like the stronger player.
Oh yeah, I have definitely taken a map off some of the Code S players. I've just never actually been able to do more than that.
Yeah.
But it's still a good, self-esteem boost. It's like, yes, but I took a map off you.
Yeah.
You can't take that away from me, dude.
For sure. Queen's in a great position right here to dissuade those Hellions from marching forward. Lings are basically acting as a net behind these Queens right now. Lighthood diving a little bit here, and there's only 4 workers potentially that can be killed, but he committed those Hellions.
Yeah. I don't think Lighthood... I mean, no matter how familiar you are with the current meta, you are not surprised if a Terran player focuses on Hellions to begin with.
Yeah, not a lot of economic damage done with that. Only 3 workers killed, which is definitely not worth the loss of the Hellions.
No, that's a barbecue without a lot of plates to serve, dude.
Yeah, certainly. Yep, Sopoli just taking this opportunity to drone. Definitely a good call as a Zerg player. Anytime that you can kill a bunch of workers, yeah, just throw down another base, crank out the workers, and yeah, just have fun.
Yep, and Lighthood just, bringing out the siege tank, getting a little bit safer, but it feels a lot like the first game, where the initial attempt to disrupt his opponent's economy just didn't pay off as much, but I mean, no gas invested in that one. That's the big thing.
Yeah. So Sopoli going in here, trying to double confirm like what his opponent is making. Looks like it's going to be standard marine tank, more barracks being created.
Just camping the potential main here.
Yeah. So yeah, one thing to notice here is Zerg's actually ahead on upgrades right now. I'm not sure if Lighthood maybe was just a little bit late on his engineering base. Forgot what they were called for a second. But yeah, Zerg is going to be roughly equal with him.
That upgrade building that was able to fly in the original game, but for some reason it can't anymore in StarCraft 2. eBay. Yeah, that's the short. People call it
eBay. You mean the website,
Adaptation
right?
Bay.
Yeah, Lighthood did definitely just really just like playing very defensively here. Now he's landing his third base.
Yeah, he is ready to escort that orbital. And
yeah,
here we go. We got a clash here. Just very comfortable cleanup there. Took out all those lings.
You, on the other hand,
and go in Hydra attack.
Yeah, Sopuli just like very consistent with the scouting here. He was just scouting the base like a minute ago. Now he's overseer scouting again, or at least parking one like near the main right now.
Nasopoli has mentioned that he prefers like the ranged units over the melee units, but I think against Tyrion, a lot of the time you just don't have a choice, so I'm not surprised that he was going for the melee upgrades first. And Baneland speed on the way, Roach speed on the way, more ranged attack and armor on the way. And Stim just about to finish for Lighthood.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Happy injection!
Alright, so Lighthood doing his first aggressive push right now. A lot of links move commanding into this third right now, but just getting hit by so many tanks.
I think he saw that. I think he saw the medevacs move out. I think that was why he chose that moment to attack. But in the end, there was just too much there still.
Yeah. The lings are still stationed nearby, so ready to do a run by when they get the opportunity. But yeah, these Marines are stemming forward, just killing a bunch of creep tumors. They leave one active creep tumor though, so this isn't gonna.
The active one is the real bullseye. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, infestation pit about a quarter of the way done, so I think we're going to be seeing Hive Tech before too much longer.
Yeah. So yeah, Sopuli prioritizing his +2 upgrade.
And again, moving in, he gets right past the wall into the natural worker line.
Yeah, a bunch of lings in Lighthood's natural right now. It looks like only 4 workers were killed with that. So not sure if it was worth the investment just yet, but definitely keeping
I don't think it was
back.
that many lings. Lighthood moving out. I'm not sure if he wants to go on the offensive or just make sure that his 4th manages to be safely set up. Same time, we got Hydras on the way.
I think this is a real aggressive push. He actually does want to go after some damage right now. There are 3 tanks with this as well. And yeah, Sopuli's army is out of position. He sees it now that the creep is being killed though, but it looks like he's going for a counterattack instead. Giving up ground can be a good idea as a swing though. He just needs to evacuate the workers though.
Alright, takes out a siege tank there. A lot of workers about to go down on both sides. We have seen a lot of this where both players end up moving out at about the same time. They have to make that judgment call. 31 were SCVs, 21 drones, all dead.
Yeah, and another base going down as well. These workers are now being evac'd. More links in the main though, so like, yeah, effectively Sopuli is completely shut down the mining. So I think all in all, Sopuli did get more economic damage with that, and he has the faster army, which is the key point here. He can afford to run around the map. Oh, but those Banelings are getting stuck behind the Hydras.
Siege tank's not sieged.
Yep. Siege tank's not sieged the whole time, but more Banelings come and take care of the army.
51 SCVs are dead now. 29 supply to 114. I'm not experienced enough to say who made it out of that ahead, honestly.
I think Sopuli is very far ahead at this point. He's going to retake his base.
He might be.
Yeah.
Yeah, and right there, almost no economy left for Lighthood at all. Almost. I mean, he's got like half the army of his opponent right now, so.
Lighthood being cute with a little.
And there we go with more Banelands.
That he's gonna burrow right here. Gets a few links. But yeah, he was really hoping to get some more workers there. Yeah, like with those bases gone, that very exposed planetary that's barely mining. This is not looking good for Lighthood right now.
I'm not going to sell Lighthood skill level short, but this is the point where the best strategy might be to float all of your buildings to opposite corners of the map. It's there. There's almost no way that you can make up for this kind of supply deficiency. Deficit. Oh god, can't talk. Deficit at this point.
Yeah, they're after Sopuli created enough army supply just to stay alive, he replaces the workers that he lost now too. He's back up to 75 workers. Yeah, just a very strong economy from Sopuli right now. His creep is a little bit wounded as well, but I think he's giving Lighthood a lot of time to breathe right now.
He is. I'm not sure how aware he is of his position. I think he at least got a little bit of a sense of that when he sent those Banelings in, just to see what his opponent came in to defend with.
Yeah, but with those Changeling scouts right now, I think he knows exactly how large the army is.
Yeah. You know, those are not real Marines there. They are, yep. Them be Zergs, folks. Them be Zerg.
But yeah, Sopuli really favoring these ranged upgrades on the Hydras. I think we're getting to the phase in the game where typically if Terran had a bit more of an army, you'd want to phase out the Hydras a little bit. Or possibly replace them with like Ultras and...
He's got to keep his army together. Those Lings are maybe getting a little bit overexcited, but I don't know how much it's going to matter. He did not salvage that bunker. He is keeping that there because... And here we are.
Yeah, Sopuli
also checks out. Yeah, he checks out that other base. Backs off after it turns out to be a planetary.
Yep. Could definitely morph a bunch of Banelings, so just take that out.
I think he's way ahead of you, man.
Yeah.
He did morph a bunch of Banelings. It looks like they are going to go the direction of the planetary.
Yeah. Okay, so the Ling's going towards the planetary, but yeah, without a ton of workers
there's
to
not
heal
a lot
those.
to repair with, no.
Yeah. And yeah, it looks like Sopuli is kind of overpowering here at the front.
It's going from bad to worse than that right now.
Yeah, that one tank at the ramp is getting very good shots off, but yeah,
GG. Yeah, doesn't even wait for that tank to go down. He knows it's time to
Sopuli advances in this.
Sopuli has advanced. That is a masterclass. Sopuli is he's got momentum going, no doubt.
Welcome players, welcome players.
Congratulations to Sopuli. You are definitely hanging with the big boys right now.
Thanks.
Yeah, going ahead into like a little deeper into that Codes territory. How did you feel going into the game?
I don't know why, but I was much more calm. I think that playing on the EU servers helped. Like the ping was so much smoother, and you don't have to like guess yourself again. Double guess yourself. Did I do that action? Because I know I did, because there's no lag. So
yeah, I noticed that without the lag, you were a lot more comfortable with your melee units. That was for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Sometimes with lag, it's hard to tell whether or not you actually clicked your units forward or you clicked them back.
Yeah.
Like you always have to double check. It really messes with you. How did you feel defending the Reapers in Game 1? The 3 Rax Reaper opening.
Actually, I have faced that build so much on the ladder, it doesn't really scare me that much. The usual counter is just like sit back until the link speed comes and then just kill them.
Yeah.
The only problem was that I wasn't sure can I get a third hatch up. I did it sneakily, I think, at least I did. And yeah, if I get the third hatch up, I don't see too much of a problem. Playing against Terran is just the problem usually is to finish them. So I want to just like, okay, screw it, I'm gonna go into Hive, take 5-6 bases, ultras, stuff like that, just like get the hammer on the nail, you know.
Yeah.
Do you ever go Viper?
Maybe I should have. Maybe I should have against the Mass Liberator and stuff like that. Viper could be good, but usually no. Usually no. I usually just go like infestors if needed. But I knew I was so much ahead, I didn't really need those either.
Okay,
For
well,
sure, for sure.
we actually have to keep on moving. Lighthood, you gave him a run for your money, no doubt. So
Thank
there'll
you.
be room for you soon.
GG's, man.
GG's.
GG's
Was
all
a
around.
fun
We are
game.
going to swap you out for your brother now.
Okay, have a nice day.
All right. All right, Harus. You know, we were mentioning just how hardworking you are, but then we realized that's a secret, so we're not going to talk about that.
Yeah, it's a big secret, you know. Unless it's in my friend list.
You
it's a
know,
secret.
we're not going to warn Sopoli that that Harus has been very dominant in the past in FSL. Let's get you in game 2. I need to add you to party. We've actually are in a little bit more of a got to speed things along just a tiny bit more than usual. But yeah, Harus, who I guess first of all, I just want to quickly ask, who were you most interested in preparing for as you were looking at the brackets?
It's Dark Menace.
Ah, okay.
Because
so
I
you were
already
looking-
lost against him before, and my PVZ was bad back then. But now it's decent.
Ooh. All right.
And,
well, I will
both
not.
both of those games are PVT, which I have 70% win rate against, so I'm confident.
All right. How do you feel? How do you feel against Zerg right now?
Well, it's about 50% my win rate, and I think I have a good strategy. If I just follow my
Alright.
strategy, I can win.
And again, is everyone all right with me just choosing maps that are not the despised mothership?
Yeah. If it's not Mothership, it's fine.
All right. If it's not mothership, it is fine. That sounds like another good thing for a T-shirt. So, all right, we're gonna move ahead. Get you guys ready. I am looking forward to this.
All right, let's go.
Go.
I'm also looking forward to this match as well. I know Sopili did mention that Protoss was a bit of his Achilles heel, but he has also
No, he
improved
said-
so much.
He took an unusual phrasing for that. He said it was his Achilles tendon.
Yes,
So-
specifically the tendon.
I mean that is a popular spot for sports injury. I believe it's called that because it's a popular weak spot.
Yeah, very biologically correct term there. I appreciate that.
Yep, and I'd expect nothing less coming from a relative of the lemon.
Yeah.
All right,
for
we are
for
going
the
to be going
viewers
with
who don't
White Rabbit,
know,
by the way.
for the viewers who don't know, Sopuli's name means some kind of like Finnish squirrel, correct?
Lemon. It's
Lemming.
a rodent, you know. So
Yeah.
it's all right. We're gonna keep moving ahead for that. But yes,
Oh,
I hear lemon. You know, I think of the original puzzle game. Oh wait,
Yeah, so Sopuli's actually loading in his Terran right now. Did he select the right race?
I don't think he did. I think we're gonna recreate.
We can get a pause here real quick. Yeah, he realizes right here.
All right. Yeah. All right. Little false start there, and you know, so it's the age-old myth of lemmings walking over cliffs when they choose Terran by accident.
Yeah, I think maybe he was just a little wrapped up thinking about what he was going to do this game.
All right.
But yeah, this will be a quick remake.
Yep. Yeah, as long as we notice it right away. Something that I love is we had multiple matches this season, not at the higher level, but at the mid and lower levels, of players who missed shows, and then they're like, let's run with it.
Yeah, I know
But,
Sheen
yeah,
has been known to play every race. I'm not sure if he does it I think he definitely does it on purpose at this point.
Yeah, I
Looks like
mean,
your
he
players
was
already.
he alternated between quite a few in his last match, and then on the third, he even just went ahead and went random. So, and yeah, I think I enjoy hopping around. I love unlocking all those different portraits, man. You know, for those keeping track, the Banshee is the next portrait that I'm very close to unlocking. Like 20 wins left for that random. Alright, enough about me though, because in the upper right we have a blue Protoss and his name is
And in the bottom left, we have our red Zerg player. He is
Sapoli. Evolution complete.
Alright, well this is going to be a very different kind of game here. You know, Harus, I mean, it's not a lot of gimmicky play from him. You know, he likes to hit them and hit them hard. His macro, especially, is impeccable. He can end up with a massive high-tech army before you're ready for it.
Yeah, definitely one of the strongest Protoss players in our league right now. Yeah, he's been pretty dominant on ladder. I think over like 4K MMR usually. So yeah, should be.
We are talking European ladder.
Yes, which honestly, I play a fair amount on EU as well, and I feel like in general, like it's about equivalent to like American ladder. The only difference is like there's a lot more diamond people, so it can be harder to get out of like diamond 2, for example. The MMR range is like a little bit higher.
I think over time, you know, and more so, I think the American and European ladders have kind of evened out. I haven't heard anyone talk about the Asian ladder, so I don't know where they stand.
So it's actually interesting. There's so many people who normally play on the Korean server that actually play on EU right now. They have like the special proxy that like gets them 150 ping lag, which is actually good for them, because that's about the lag that they have to play during tournaments anyway.
And let us tell you about our sponsor, our special VPN provider. Yeah, so many channels have VPN sponsoring them now, but that is a good thing.
Yeah, my last statement was actually a targeted ad. Who knew? So Harus is being a little annoying here, just zapping away with his 9-volt battery
trying
off
to finish that drone off.
Oh, and he pulls more workers trying to cut it off. Good micro, keeping that one worker alive, and now the links will take care of it.
Alright. So Harus's special proxy probe build finally being taken down.
Yeah. So Sapoli does confirm that it's a Nexus opening. I don't know if he saw the Stargate actually being made. It looks like he didn't actually see the tech path.
Nope.
But yeah,
no,
now
he's
just
not seen the main at all.
Yeah. But I'm not sure if he was paying attention to the Cyber Core early on. He might be able to infer what's coming. Also, he knows that Harus tends to be a very big macro player.
Yeah. It's like Oracle Third Expand, most likely. I don't think that Harus is going to harass with that, but I might be surprised.
Yeah.
There we go. Overlord very slowly making its way into the
And now he sees it for sure. Two depths also at the front. Kind of a lot of lings from Sapoli right here just to defend that. His speed is about to finish, so this shouldn't be too much of a problem anymore.
I think he's ready for this.
Yeah.
Ooh, does have to get back up there though. Okay.
So one worker goes down, another.
Yep, focuses on the more winded one, just as he should, and here come the lings.
Yeah, with speed.
Shade does not complete.
Yeah. So.
Oh no, I'm definitely wrong. He is going double Oracle harass. He is not keeping them back for defense or for any kind of stasis trap.
Yeah, so Sapoli, I'm not sure if he's seen the third yet. He's about to see it right now.
He is about to see it, whether he wants to or not, and I'm sure he wants to see it. One Adept is back there to defend, and it is not in between the pylon and the...
a little bit of a gap there.
Between the pylon and the guys, but that works.
And Sapoli kind of caught a little bit underprepared here with these oracles. He has a lot of queens though, so he does get a lot of hull damage on the oracles.
I don't think 4 drones is too bad if you're up against double oracle. I think Harus would have wanted to get more kills than that.
Yeah, but I think the key thing here is Sapoli did manage to kill that Adept, so he was able to actually force these oracles to recall.
Yeah, they had to go back and do their spell casting.
Yeah.
Sopley going with the 4th here. Twilight Council is the next tech path, as is Roach Warren.
Yeah, pretty standard.
Yeah. Just
macros
keeping
on
those
this.
oracles there in case there's a big Ling attack over in the 3rd. And
Yeah.
we are
Adds on a robo facility. So yeah, this could just be used for more immortals, maybe a warp prism for the future. Obviously,
it gives you options. And here come the oracles again. So they do choose to fly over that base.
Yeah, just really getting more scouting information. Casts Revelation on the main, so he's going to be able to see
Why
what's
not?
coming out of that.
And that's the deal. If you can't get any stasis wards or pulsar beams, yeah, you throw down a revelation. You make use of that, because as soon as they come back, you can give one of them a little bit of a recharge.
+1 melee being researched for Sophili.
And we are going into Templar Archive.
Yeah, his first attack upgrade. So, yeah, I mean, he might be planning to play his Hydraling style, potentially. Just based on what we're seeing here. I'm not sure if he's got the Hydra nest just yet. He does have the lair.
Just very much being a nuisance with those 2 oracles. Oh, look at that one. It just barely gets out.
Yeah, that's minorly tilting. One more shot would have killed that that oracle. Because like these oracles are just gonna recharge their shields, and like so long as they're alive, they're gonna be able to cast like those stasis traps, which are really gonna limit like the counterattack.
They can recharge their shields. They can recharge their energy. So yeah, there you go, right there, energy recharge. And that's the thing about these really mobile spellcasters. You can just keep, whenever you're done doing what you're doing, you send them back, you recharge them, you send them out again.
Yeah. Sopley doing a good job at taking his bases, because Haruz is playing very defensively right now. He's got a lot of Templar, he's got Storm on the way, he's really getting his infrastructure up. But yeah, like, had like a big Roach attack came in, like, Sopley would, or Haruz would be kind of like sweating right now, potentially.
Oh, and yeah, not much in the way of Roaches. He's definitely getting the Hydralisk out, though. And in just a moment, he's going to have, well, 1 for melee attack, 1 for Hydra.
Yeah.
Keeping a beat on those Zerglings. And there was an observer that Haruz had in Sopley's base that I believe went down too.
Yeah, Haruz is like relentless with his Oracle scouting. Sopley does get a scout of the main and the natural. I'm not sure if he caught all of those gateways going down as well, but like so much infrastructure is going down a 4th base, and now like Haruz is like ready to start like churning out the units. Also, he's adding on 2 robos at the same time as well. Like this is shaping up to be Charge a Lot Mortal Archon, which is really like the bread and butter of a PvZ Protoss army.
Always has been, always will be, man.
Yeah.
Just very solid and a very good combination against pretty much anything that isn't flying above your army.
Yeah, but Sophili hasn't been like overreacting to this at all. He's on 87 drones. Like he like given like what happened in the early game with all the oracles, like he's got like a pretty good idea. Yeah.
There we go. The Ling's hitting while Haruz's units are making their way about halfway through the map.
Yeah, that
and there's those oracles again. Those darn oracles.
Yeah.
Just
great
so much
counterattack
different
defense.
utility there.
Potentially, if Softly like right-click to the gateway, he might be able to bust in there. Oh, and he also trips a stasis trap at the same time.
Yeah, that feels good. As long as you don't get one of those stasis traps that only manages to catch one. And yep, here come the slow Banelings.
Yeah, so Banelings
although the
is
roll-in,
almost done.
yeah,
If he can get the right connect,
hooks,
those huge storms landing right on the Baneling.
Haruz doing a great job kind of cutting through those storms, with them stepping into them a little bit too.
It's very easy too when the storms last so long nowadays.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Hydra Link army, so Zerg, it can work versus this type of army, but the control it requires is kind of a lot. Like, because you don't want to send all your banelings in at once. You want to send a little bit to bait out the storms.
And also there.
Yep.
And another, he has been able to pick off these Archons before the Zealots managed to make it into the fight.
Yeah. But yeah, there's just so many Zealots at his third right now, getting right on top of the Hydras.
And 3 Immortals versus the Roach Warren right there.
Yeah. Now, this is a very tricky position for Zerg, where the Protoss player is sitting right in between your production. He's going to be able to pick off units as they trickle out.
Yep, rally points are the utmost importance. Those Hydras have done very well just focusing down these Immortals, focusing down these Archons. There's been a limited number of Zealots. Here come more, though. Ooh, and, I mean, Softly was, he was holding out, but at this point, with his natural going down, his opponent on top of everything, 47 workers dead so far, and attacks being done on the lower right face, too. This looks like this is a done deal.
Yeah, with all those Zealots warping into the main, Sopley's trying to do his best with the SimCity right here, even pulling the Observer, pulling the Spore Crawler to try to like snipe a little bit of anything that's in the air. I think he was really trying to go for the Warp Prism, but he's not going to be able to get to it.
Doing anything with what he's got.
Yeah.
Yeah. Zealous Archon Immortal. The age-old build continues to be timeless. GG.
Yeah, Hydralink Bane, it's... You definitely don't want to put all your eggs in one basket when you attack with that army. It's tricky, It can work versus Protoss, also with, like, before Colossi come out. But yeah, in this case, just the Storms were very good against that army.
Yeah, just... It's interesting how with the modern Storm, it's like, yeah, it doesn't have that kind of burst damage, but boy, if you put them down and then just retreat as you're putting more and more down, you just carpet the whole retreat route.
Yeah.
All right.
Because they're so much bigger now, too.
They are bigger. They last longer. They are, I don't know, I think they're a little bit more handsome. They look a little dapper. Alright, yep, Cruz can be very scary. And both players are ready. We are wasting no time. We are getting into Celestial Enclave. You know, I mean, next to Mothership, definitely the map that we see vetoed. Yeah, it's vetoed the second most. It's just kind of the weird thing that kind of worker-accessible pocket base with the half resources in it. I don't picture either of them trying to do anything sneaky in that area. I think Harus is very confident with what he's got. As he said, in the lower left, we have a blue Protoss who is up one map, and his name is
Harus.
And in the top right, we have the red Zerg player. His name is
Sapoli. Evolution complete.
So we're in tournament play, and as Harus said, he is very much has his eyes on Dark Menace as the biggest threat to him getting the championship. I don't think any of the really fancy builds he's been working on are things he's going to be revealing against a player who's just making his way up from Code A. You know, it's just kind of sit back, do what works best for him, and avenge his brother.
I know that Harus and Dark Menace have played multiple times in multiple seasons in the past.
And that
I'm not sure
includes
what their record is between them. I'm not sure if you know Hyper Turtle.
I'd say Dark Menace has definitely had. He's always ended up on top as far as these 1v1 bracket tournaments anyway. I don't know. We can check on that, but in general, Dark Menace with his non-stop aggression and just impeccable creep spread, he is so hard to take down. I do know for a fact that Harus has taken maps off him, though. And here,
Yes.
Let me tell you what. You keep your eye on this. I'm going to try out our lovely Link.
So it looks like we have a feature that'll actually tell us those
We
their
have been
match
keeping
history.
track. Oh, yes, indeed.
But yeah, both players fairly standard openings right now. Hatchery expands, One Gate expands. This map tends to be like a little bit more of like a sit back and turtle kind of map, especially when there's like a Terran player involved. Obviously not.
Oh yeah. With that little half base is something you can kind of fall back on as you've run out of other options.
Oh yeah, for sure. But also just like having like a very tight choke going to the potential prospective fourth base. Yeah, it's just so easy to sit back and defend on this map. Twilight Council going down for Harus as his first tech choice here. So changing it up a little bit. And yeah, Sopuli just taking his third base right on schedule, getting his queens up, you know. So yeah, Sopuli hasn't quite scouted the tech choice just yet. I expect that he'll throw that Overlord in. And the first Adept goes in, try to get some worker kills. He morphs both Spore Crawlers just in time to prevent the workers from going down. Very nice micro from Sopuli.
Sopuli's adrenaline level must be peaking, like be above anything. He has been having to stay on his A game in so many matches in a row against consistently, you know, progressively, I guess, higher ranked opponents.
Yeah, the upgrade choice is revealed, and now we have Glaive Adepts coming out of Harus. So, Sopuli did have to face Adepts versus Lil Reaper, but they were not Glaive Adepts, if I remember correctly.
No, they weren't. I don't know how often you end up seeing Glaive Adepts. When those come into play, it's like, okay, you know, this is my glaive attack, and after that, they have to move on to something else.
Yeah. And it can be hard at this point, like as a Zerg player on this map, like when the main goes so deep, especially where the Overlord is currently positioned, to actually get that information. Like, I think like maybe with an Overseer it'll be a lot easier, but yeah, that hallucination is revealing the one Overlord on this side of the map. I'm sure Sopuli is going to see this coming.
You know, you want to talk about Achilles tendons. Overlord hunting is always one of the neat ways to trip Zerg up.
Yeah. Because it just takes so long for the Overlord to get on the other side of the map.
Cutting visibility, forcing them to spend larva on Overlords instead of other things. And we're going with a Roach army right now.
One of the characteristic things about this matchup in general is Zerg is always trying to figure out what Protoss is planning on doing. Because Zerg obviously just wants to sit back and get to like 90 drones and not be bothered, right? But like Protoss, they have got so many tricks up their sleeves, and it can be very hard to figure out what's going on unless you actually see like the units that are being made and or the structures.
Here we go. Flashbacks of his game against Little Reaper. Alright. Cancel the Shade.
He does have a ton of Roaches and Ravagers ready for this.
He has a lot of them.
Shade
the
does
big
go
thing
out.
is making sure that they're where the Shades finish up. And that was something he was struggling with earlier. There's a real art.
It's much more important than tracking the army itself, just following the Shades and then using your Queens to also help defend as well. So, only 3 workers go down for Harus right now. He did lose a lot of Adepts. Yeah, Sopuli had a beautiful defense there.
Alright, well, next up is going to be Dark Templar, by the looks of things. He also has Blink researching, and more warp gates are being added.
Yeah, and so Sopuli doesn't have a lair yet. And there's not one in
Wow,
production.
I hadn't noticed that at all.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. Does he have some Spore Crawlers? I don't think he does. Oh, okay.
Remember, the letter T. Hit that, it'll tell you all the structure.
Yeah. So, yeah, Sopuli trying to be aggressive on the other side of the map right now, taking down force fields, damaging buildings a little bit, but like there's a War Prism on his side of the map right now if Harus wants
Dark
to.
Templar is stuck behind the other units right now.
Yeah, he's got to hear those pipes, right?
So, I mean, Harus has to make sure that he's safe against this. He is choosing to go ahead and do some warp ins over at his opponent's main. And that is indeed Dark Templar.
So yeah, softly elected to kind of just ignore the DTs swiping at him, or maybe he didn't hear them. But yeah, there's a DT in his main right now, shutting down the mining. But yeah, I mean he did get a bust into the main and get a little bit of damage, but only 4 workers so far. I don't know if that was enough to lose your whole army and also to have damage being done on the other side of the map.
All right, Overseer, 2/3 the way done. He has to bring in the cavalry.
Yep, so it looks like a cancel did occur at that pocket base right there, so Softly not losing too much, but the spawning pool gets sniped as well.
Then we got an Archon being merged over in that pocket base right there.
Yeah, so this is definitely a bit of a slugfest. This is not the type of game I was expecting.
Peekaboo! Peekaboo!
No more for Bruce to leverage right there.
Or he was being forced to pick up the Archon again before the Archon could even attack.
Yeah.
But still, he gets to keep it as a souvenir. Not to mention a good part of his army. It's really looking like he's going to be going for a similar composition as last time after that initial Adept harassment. We are very much going to be going to charge a lot of Mortal Archon territory here.
Yeah.
And likewise, Thopoli getting the is just about to get the Hydralisk out again too.
Yeah, Sopuli, like, at the cost of the defense, it seems, and the few workers that he lost as well, due to the DTs and the Adepts. He's a little behind in economy, but he's taking the opportunity to drone up right now. With this next wave of drones, he'll be ahead on economy, but can he defend this next push, which admittedly is just a bunch of exposed Archons, but there's a Warp Prism with this push as well that can just be used to...
It could grow a lot in no time at all.
Yeah, exactly. With charges about to finish as well. So I'm actually surprised to see a bunch of Stalkers being warped in here. But still, it looks like Zerg is a little underprepared for this. Those Archons, there's 4 of them right now. They're just like evaporating those lanes.
Yeah, they're able to keep the Lings off the Stalkers, off the Immortal, even doing a little bit of Immortal juggling.
Yeah. Yeah, that Warp Prism just completely negating the defender's advantage right now.
There goes the Warp Prism, but it might be a moot point right now. That is a very intimidating force there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, taking down the production buildings right now, probably going to cancel that +1 range. But yeah, the Lings are just streaming right across this army and just dying.
Bruce just content to let those guys keep doing damage while he puts up some defenses and starts an upgrade.
Yeah.
So he's very comfortable. He knows how to do things. He knows what he can do.
Yeah. The addition of cannons at his bases is pretty smart. Like you always have to ask yourself as a StarCraft player, like, how can I lose this game? And
Ling run by, or Zealot run by are 2 popular answers, no matter what. That that lair just about to go down.
Yeah.
And the winning streak of Sopoli looking like it's going to be wrapping up here. GG WP.
That was a great streak from going way further than I think anyone really expected in the West round.
Well, I mean, he was definitely someone we were looking at promoting to Codas.
Yeah.
So, all right, Harus. Very good game, Sopoli. Quite a winning streak you had going there, but now you can finally step away from the computer and maybe eat lunch.
Yeah, you
or
did
dinner,
really well.
Dinner,
Probably.
sorry, European server.
Well, basically, it's nighttime snack and to bed. If we were
to bed,
it's
all
like
right.
10 p.m. right now.
Oh man. Okay, well you've earned some rest. Harus, however, well, you might still have a long night ahead of you. Next up, we are bringing in Chatomic.
Right, bring him on.
Alrighty, Chatomic, welcome.
Hello.
Alright, we're going to be staying on the European server here, but we are going to be getting to full-on Codas territory now.
Alrighty.
But I need a
Well,
party.
thanks, guys. GG. Well played.
Yep.
Heroes.
It's been a treat.
GG's.
Alright. I'm gonna go to eat something.
You earned it.
Alright. See ya.
So,
All right,
Bruce, I think you mentioned that you're feeling very good versus Terran specifically, right?
Yeah. Hopefully, my win rate will show. I have 72% win rate against Turn this season. So yeah.
That's nothing to scoff at. Have you prepared something special, Chatomic, for your Protoss opponent?
No, I just go with my gut feeling.
Yeah, I don't know. I would love to hear from Dark Menace which player he'd prefer to go up against. We are, and I want to point out here, we've got in the final 3, one of each race, perfectly balanced. This patch, beaming success. I hope Blizzard is watching this.
Yeah, as a premier tournament, everyone's really watching the FSL.
It figures in, man.
Yeah.
I know they're watching. Anyway, we're gonna get into it shortly. Just give each of you a chance to say whatever you want to say. Also, give you a chance to say what you want vetoed here.
Anything but Mothership.
Wow.
Yeah. Same. Same.
I'm going to be hearing that phrase in my sleep for the next 3 weeks.
I think last season it was Last Fantasy, no?
Yes.
Yeah, basically it's, anything but insert name of 3-player map, yes.
Yeah.
We gotta select a 4-player map one of these days.
Well, talk to Team Liquid about that. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, you have the power to vote in the next Team Liquid map contest, which has not started yet, but keep an eye out for it. Alright, we gotta go in, though. Because we have one big championship match after this, and we are figuring out who the contender is going to be.
GLHF players.
Alright, we are going to be going into 10,000 feet. I would walk 10,000 feet, and I would walk 10,000 more. Alright. KJ, go ahead and join up. Thank you to everyone watching this. This has been very competitive. And this match here, these are 2 very dominant players, let's put it that way. But only one can move ahead. This is going to be a best of 3, and they are ready to go.
To 10,000 feet at TVP. Now, like you mentioned, one thing that I do appreciate a lot about this finals is the representation between the races here. No one really wants to see a tournament where there's just only one race or whatever. It gets stale very quickly. But yeah, I definitely appreciate
one race against itself. Yeah. Variety. Spice of life, dude. In upper left, we have our orange Terran, and he is
somebody call for an exterminator.
And in the bottom right, we have our red Protoss player. He is
right, making his first pylon within range of the Nexus. And then Chatomic. Honestly, like I said, I've had a little bit more trouble keeping track of him. I just noticed he wins a lot.
Chatomic has been very dominant in the team league so far. You could tell he was a little bit frustrated that Angry Space Hairs got eliminated in the finals. But yeah, he definitely had a great showing. His micro in that last games versus Menace and Neutrophil. Very good Marine splits.
And then, yeah, exactly that. This is his chance to redeem the Angry Space Heroes by getting revenge against Dark Menace. So both these guys are familiar with who they're going to be up against if they win. All right.
Yeah.
You know. Oh wow! Is he gonna? He actually lost the SCV.
Okay.
I mean, he was moving the guys around pretty much the time you'd expect, but that is a very obnoxious thing to face right at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not game deciding damage by any means, but it's a little
Not
bit of
game
a
deciding.
momentum thing. Like,
Not game deciding at all, unless your reaction is to grab your keyboard and smash it after it. It's just, it's something. You know, you never want to get tripped up right at the beginning, but. No,
for sure.
I seriously doubt it's actually going to chill a player at his level. He's going to just get back to what he was planning to do.
Yeah, definitely just a question of like a little bit of momentum, you know. You give your player like a small little win, they feel a little bit more confident. And that just leads into the rest of the game.
Alright. That probe. You know, we keep talking about things. We are seeing Vengeance meet a lot of players and a lot of units. And workers are no exception.
Yep. So, Bruce throwing down the Twilight Council here, assumingly going into Blink at this point, which is very standard in this matchup.
Alright. Does get a probe kill, and the Reaper just manages to escape, where he will inject various chemicals into his body, turn green, and start gradually healing.
Yeah, that bodysuit just loaded with all kinds of questionable drugs.
You know, that is the beautiful thing about working for the Dominion Army. You know, every combat suit comes complete with some very heavily controlled substances. So, you know, I really want to ask you this: who do you think is favored in this?
Oof, that's a great question.
It is, and the whole reason I'm asking is I have no clue.
I haven't seen a ton of Chatomic's TVP. I know his TVZ is very strong because I've played against it myself, and I also haven't seen. I've seen a little bit more of Haruz's PVZ. I haven't seen a ton of his versus Terran either. So Haruz does have a very strong record on ladder, 70%, and I believe that Chatomic might be higher MMR on the EU ladder though. So if we're just going based on like ladder record, I'd probably give this to Chatomic, maybe a 2-1 victory for him. The guy is just like so good with his micro and macro at the same time, and he's been on fire in the league recently. Whereas Haruz has been like really grinding out games, really trying to like get that like final grand finals win versus an opponent.
I don't think he's going to be dropping the tank in these Marines behind the lines. I think he wants to just reinforce up front, and there we go. He is going to see what he can get done at the entrance, the natural.
Yep, shield battery doing its work right now, keeping those stalkers alive. Haruz is not taking the bait right now.
Some assembly required, shield battery is not concluded. And
okay, blinking right on top of the tank, eliminating that splash damage, and yeah, he should have enough here to really take out the rest of these Marines.
You know, not too bad of a trade. Blink definitely paying off, both as far... Oh, is he... No. The medevac
he cleans up the rest of the units.
Just one passenger.
And then throws down his third base as well. So not a ton of units on the other side of the map. So this was just like a little poke, try to see what he's got, feel out his opponent.
A little more, tiny bit more than a little poke, but a poke nonetheless. He definitely was not banking his whole victory on that. I think Blink there, you know, Haruz's fantastic Blink play, just contributing so much, taking out that tank, then keeping the Stalkers from losing all their shields.
Yeah. A third base is going down for Chatomic at the same time. So both of these players are transitioning into a longer macro game. I don't think we're going to see Chatomic pull the boys or anything like that.
No, I don't recall a lot of that being done offensively anyway this season. And we are going into Robotic, Support Bay, and Charge, whereas we got a Liberator and some Stim. Take a while for that to finish though. And here we go. Here come the Stalkers.
Yeah, so they're just seeing what they can do at the front.
Exactly. Testing the water, and if the water's too hot, they just blink on out of that.
Yeah.
Take it out the observer, though.
Took out the worker making that third base just to delay it a tiny bit. Now it's completed.
Yeah. Again, just Cruz has gotten these little things in there. All right. Yep.
Very quick on that probe pull. Very nice from Harus.
Liberator is just kind of moving on in between the second and the third.
Yep.
And up,
one
just
stalker, just basically boxing that
here's where you
Liberator.
can tell that someone ladders a lot when they know exactly how far away from the cliff their air units need to sit.
Yeah, it's like they've just experienced so much.
Mm-hmm. It's like, the stalkers just immediately. What are the stalkers up to? Are they gonna? Yeah, they're just gonna focus on the orbital as I expected. Orbital being forced to turn around, and okay, and SCV is just going there for the repair. If a stalker does go down there, and again,
okay, a bit of an ambitious
very
play
risky blink.
I love honestly that actually was so cute that he went back and forth between the shield
I don't
battery.
think I've ever seen that before. The whole take a hit, back to shield battery, take another hit, back to shield battery.
Yeah, knowing exactly how many hits he can take before going back into just auto attack one more time.
About. You can tell just how many times these two players have gone Stalker defending against Liberator. It's a game that is just instinctive now.
So Harus is moving out on the map right now. He has
so
got
Atomic, though.
2 Colossi out for
And
Harus.
that Viking goes down right away. Atomic makes a good call. Sieges the tanks, backs up a little.
Now, he knows that Harus is going for Colossi right now, but he doesn't have quite the Viking count to really deal with the more Colossi coming out. Very nice hits coming out from the Colossi right on the Marines. That's exactly what you don't want to have happen.
Yep, and then just cleaning up those siege tanks as they're forced to be left behind. And he is not going to stop. He is forcing a lift up and evacuation of that third.
Yeah, he knows he's not quite ready to defend that right now.
Just you can see the gears turning in their heads right now. And you can see where the decisions are and which things they've just done so many times that they don't even need to think about it.
Yeah. So Harus is at a bit of a upgrade deficit right now. Atomic already has 1-1. Harus is working on his 1-1 right now. Great force fields coming out of Harus right now. Separating
that
those
was an excellent move.
Yeah. Now, if Chatomic was ready, he could have picked up
GGWP right there. Atomic decides. I mean, that wasn't a killing move, but it was one that meant it would have been such an uphill battle from there. And possibly those Colossus could have just kept making their way slowly ahead as well.
Yeah, Harus was also adding on a couple extra robos as well, so he was able to. He would have been able to add on so many Colossi, maybe disruptors as well, because he had the robo support bay.
The Colossus stand tall, in other words.
Yeah. But yeah, very dominant display from Harus in Game 1. I loved his map control early on with the Blink Stalkers, not overcommitting them, just seeing what he can do, keeping tabs on his opponent. And yeah, just delaying things as long as possible, picking off units as they try to move out a little bit.
So many tiny wins throughout that whole thing.
Yeah.
Just not stuff that really, noticeably changed the balance, but that stuff added up.
Yeah. StarCraft definitely becomes a game of details the higher up you go in level, and it's these really small details that make the difference between win and loss.
I think the big term I'd go with the higher you get is unforgiving.
Yeah,
when you're in lower or mid levels, you can make a lot more mistakes without it really meaning something significant in the long run. But when you're up against people who are this well practiced, at any tiny thing that you missed or that your opponent was able to catch you on, it can be, well, like I said, it can add up. In the lower left, we have our orange. Terran he is.
Somebody call for an exterminator.
And in the top right, the red Protoss up 1 game, looking to go into the finals. His name is yeah. So they have so far similar openings. We'll see if anything deviates in just a moment. So this map, I think, is a Terran favored map. Like I mentioned before, it's very choky. There's a lot of air paths.
Yeah, any spot you can find that makes it harder to reach the siege tanks.
Yeah.
And interesting thing about that weird little pocket base with half the resources is that it's not just something that you can use to get a little bit of extra mining going later on. It's also something your opponent can use as a staging spot. If they want, when they first want to maybe put their army down. Alright, no SCV kill that time, pal. But it's a place you need to keep visibility on, even if you're not ready to mine from there yet.
Looks like he goes back in for the
that
worker.
That smells blood! Curtis is not going to put up with a match where he doesn't get an early worker kill with one of his own workers.
Yeah, cute little move there from Harus. Low ground expansion from Chatomic. Yeah, he's not expecting any like super early aggression coming out from his opponent, so I think he just knows that this is going to be like more of a standard game.
I'm very interested. Oh, there's the spray.
Brick wall.
He
what
throws
does that
the
mean?
wall.
As in playing Harus is like attacking into a wall?
Well, a wall is part of a house, and a brick house is mighty, letting it all hang out. So, yeah, I don't know. I think that was just the spray he had handy, and I think with that Reaper, he saw that really putting down a spray was the only move that probe could make before it died.
Yeah.
So I don't think it meant anything, and with the sprays, you can only equip one per game.
Yeah.
So
I wonder
whichever
if
one
that
slots
counts as an action. Do you think that boosted his APM in that one little moment?
I think it boosted his APM, because it is something you have to select from the command card, but that's a very good question that I think I'm going to have to look into. I do not think dancing counts, because you don't click to activate that. It's the same as chatting. /dance /cheer. But yes,
So very early third coming out from Chatomic right now, and he's putting in the little pocket base right.
Right,
which
the half
I think,
third.
yeah, I think is a smart decision on this map.
And if you're Terran, yeah, okay, you use up all your minerals and gas in there. Guess what? You can pick up and put it somewhere that has a lot more minerals and gas. So
yeah, like maybe the next base right next to it. Okay, Death sneaks in. 4 Marines hop out of the bunker just to shoot it down and hop right back in.
You know what I would like to
being
see?
researched.
Next patch, I want some sort of ability that workers have, not only to leave sprays, but to clean up existing sprays.
Oh,
I think that could add an extra level to the meta.
Yeah. Like, sort of just like, like...
Little janitor mop.
Yeah, clean up a little bit of graffiti, I don't know. You just see, like, whatever the paint that they put down just melt away. Like, yeah, maybe something for StarCraft 3. Another thing that I would love to see in StarCraft 3 is being able to build the add-ons on the other side for Terran as well. I feel like that's like a little bit of a weird thing.
That's something missing out.
Yeah.
Yeah, for those keeping track, Microsoft insider reporter Jez Corden says he is fully confident that rumored StarCraft shooter is going to be revealed at BlizzCon 2026.
Yeah, he also said that he was somewhat confident that they may turn StarCraft into another RTS, like in StarCraft 3. So,
Reddit, if they get around to hiring.
Yeah, Reddit is not convinced of that, though, so we'll see. Time will
Well,
tell.
Reddit is never wrong, so I'm not going to argue with them. Or at least I'm not going to argue with them because a lot of them have alt accounts they can keep messaging me with. But no, it's an interesting thing. I know that Tasteless likes to point out that one big giveaway would be the hirings, and there haven't really been job posts about RTS-style developers. There haven't been any signs of any of the people who previously left coming back.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
Right,
Harus
so-
keeps the Observer alive. Chitamic did burn a scan trying to get that Observer, so a small little win for.
I still love that patch. You know, we still call back on that patch note from.
Yeah,
Yeah, this
great
is what I'm
play.
talking about. That's why it's so important to have visibility in that pocket base, because your opponent can use that as an alternate entrance.
Not
a
even
worker.
not even just the pocket base, getting advance notice that your opponent is going to blink. Like if Chitamic had a depot over there, for example, that really limits the areas that the stalkers can
Or
scan.
a
That's one
sensor
thing.
tower somewhere within range.
Yeah. Observer
Losing
does go
more
down.
workers. He does not have the defenses here ready to go.
Yeah, and yeah, he didn't have stim for this either, so Chitamic moving his tanks
this
as
is-
well. He's got
That
good
was the
stim
wrong
here.
place at the wrong time.
Okay, he will clean this up or force the retreat right now. The tank doing
But-
great work.
At what cost?
Yeah.
Looks like those stalkers probably are going to be cornered at least, but I mean, just picking off more things, that's going to compound a bit more damage. I don't think Harus is going to care that those stalkers didn't escape.
Yeah, just the amount of like disruption that he did there. I think he sniped the base as well. And all the-
That orbital was destroyed, so...
Yeah. Charge and Storm going down as well. Harus's late game army is shaping up very nicely. So one thing that I kind of miss from Wings of Liberty is when people used to play Marine Marauder Medevac Ghost, and now it feels like TVP is always like Marine Tank, and then add on Marauders later, and then Ghosts. I definitely
You like
thought
them all
like,
added at once.
Yeah, all I'm saying is like I definitely liked the dynamic nature of like the Marine Marauder medvac drops and stuff like that. The tank pushes are a lot less exciting to me.
More recently, I've gotten a lot more interested in adding the extra M with the mines against Protoss. I have only recently learned the magic of that, and yes, flying right over 5 gateways.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to depower anything. He wants to kill some workers and even things out. And those 2 siege tanks.
Siege in a very nice position here.
Exactly, the
City
Sim
definitely
City.
working against the Protoss right now.
You want me, come and get me. And this is Storm.
11 workers went down. So the
11
Storm
workers.
actually hitting a lot of the Protoss units as well, but he does clean this up, or at least force the lift off.
Well, yeah, and he was able to pick up some of those guys.
and
Not
he
for
snipes
long, though.
The medevacs as well, great.
And look at him
moves.
warping in some stalkers over at the that base because he
Protoss
wants.
does not have recall. Protoss does not have recall. He's gonna have to wait for a boost to try to skip across the left. Oh, and he's got Storm as well.
You know, feedback. I would have gotten the feedback.
It doesn't
not
even
that
need the
criticizing.
feedback.
Nah,
Wow.
but
So
feedback's got more range. That's all I'm saying.
So I have played Harus in a PvZ once, but I decided to try to cheese him, and I kind of regret that. I kind of wish I actually played against his Zerg to get a feel for it. Maybe
Well,
another time.
I think Harus is going to be back next season. I'm not sure about Lighthood. He might come back, but just with a more limited schedule. And
Tanks are all in the front, so they're going to be easy pickings for these Zealots, but the Marines and Marauders are pretty protected at this point. There are Templar running forward.
just need to pick things off one by one.
Is trying to spree split, but the runs back into the Storms.
It's still something that I think so many players, even top ones, are still adjusting to, trying to get a feel for how long they have to stay out of that area. And not even just the players being attacked with the Storm, the Protoss players who are putting the Storms down, just trying to get a beat on when they move their units in that area again.
Yeah, exactly. No one's gotten used to the changes, I think. Other than, like, the siege tanks not being abductable, like, that's, like, the only thing that, like, has registered, I think, from the last patch.
I like the Blinding Cloud them anyway. I always did. It just feels, I don't know, more colorful.
Yeah, abduct is a hard ability to use because it's a lot about positioning, like whether or not it's a good abduct or not.
Well, it's also got a lot of range though, and that's something I've had to make note of. It's like it's a lot. Abducts are safer than the
Blinding
wormy
cloud or
thing, parasitic bomb. Okay, yeah, or the blinding cloud. So yeah, there really is a judgment call for how far away you are. Too bad there isn't a Zerg in this match for me to give that advice to, but alright.
Yeah, so Chatomic trying to move out a little bit here, but Peruz's
here we
army
go
is right
again.
there. He could flank these tanks so hard right now.
He kicked the tanks out. Nope, the tanks looks like they're going to make it to a more defensive position.
Oh, he's trying to take the
a high Templar flank.
Yeah. Oh, okay, this is actually not a great engage from Peruz right now. He can just to kill those Templar right now. Okay.
Some of the accidentally A-moving those medevacs past his army.
Yeah.
That's something that could happen once they're out of energy.
Yeah, a little sloppy there. That could have been very bad for Chatomic for a split second, but it turned out to be like kind of okay for both players.
Yeah. Well, as we said, we're not graded on style points. This is either win or lose.
Yeah. So Chatomic's setting up a planetary there, so it's looking like he's going to try to like turtle up a little bit, get his economy back up, because he was behind. He's up to 56 workers. Last I checked, he was at 45, and the mules are really helping him out here. Yeah. So this map does help out Terran a lot, because Terran can sit back in that general location and defend 3 different bases, and if you count the 6 o'clock base to the right of the natural.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Pick one thing I'm seeing lacking from both players right now is just having some visibility in place so that they see, just keeping track of their opponent's armies.
Yeah.
So many of these clashes, neither of them have really known where the armies are, and then they've had to adjust as soon as they see them coming.
Yeah. Sensor towers could really help out here, or just like...
And there is one that just went down in that pocket. And just in time, too. Look at that...
War Prism in the back of his base. Chatomic loading up some units in response, trying to meet it where it is.
That's tricky control, but if you can pull it off.
Yeah, only 3 workers going down, so not terrible damage, and Peruz is trying to take out the base, but yeah, Chatomic just lifts it up, no problem.
And here, just for you, they are at... Chatomic is adding ghosts now.
Nice, nice. So yeah, Chatomic did mention in his match versus the Dastra that he doesn't love going up against Protoss in the late game.
Well, who does?
Yeah, true. That's true.
I mean, there's enough people out there who will just say, I don't like going up against Protoss, period. You know, honestly, I hate going against Protoss the early game myself, but that's a part you don't get to... Pretty much every match I have has an early game.
Yeah, I'm definitely more of a... I definitely struggle more with Protoss in the mid game, I think, in the early game. Just because, like, the Protoss gets a very strong power spike on 2 bases. Those 2 base pushes can be very hard to deal with. But yeah, once they get, like, late game armies and stuff, I think Protoss, at least at the diamond level, is pretty beatable. Yeah.
Well, I mean, Protoss has the power to lose at any level, regardless of what people on Reddit say.
Yeah.
But,
again, these armies are just walking right past each other, like you mentioned.
We have seen so much of that today.
Yeah. Okay, so Chatomic is attacking one of the most abusable positions on this map, I think.
He is kicking the back door down.
Oh, and he catches a Colossi in transition. But yeah, now Chatomic knows where the army is relatively. I think he noticed that there was a ping that one of his units got attacked behind. His siege tanks kind of get cleaned up from behind.
If he plays it right, he might be able to surround them a bit, but right now they are just stutter-stepping their way from one place to the next. And there's the Colossus. And the Storm.
Okay, yeah.
And the Liftoff.
The Stalker's cooldown for Blink just went off cooldown and was able to snipe one of the full medevacs. He does fly out with the rest of the army, but yeah, Protoss is forced to pull back and play defensive at this point.
Right. And this is one of those things that I don't really see at middle or low level, but at the higher levels, just keeping those flying units just there, letting your opponent know that they're still there, and just making sure they have to dedicate at least a few at least a portion of their army towards making sure that you don't do something when their back is turned.
Yeah, or even just like over-investing in static defense. Now, both of these players are roughly equal on upgrades here. It looks like Harus just got his +3/+3 actually.
Yeah, just as you said that. I love the timing of those things. I'm going to start the research so it finishes just as the casters say that they're equal.
Yeah.
All right,
so this is a very exposed Protoss army. It's a lot of damage, but there's nothing really in front of it.
You talk about those choke points too. The Liberators and the Siege Tank can really exploit points where the Protoss army has to squeeze together to get through them.
And if you notice, Chatomic is even expanding to one of the corner bases, but also on his opponent's side of the map.
Harus is.
Oh, yes, sorry, the Harus is red.
Yeah, he is going for that, and he is safe. Oh, there go those medevacs. But yeah, I mean, what would oftentimes be considered his third or fourth, he's just saving for a rainy day. Here come the clash.
Again, that so many Templars, so much damage, but relatively exposed. Yeah, retreating to the safety of the Planetary is a great move. The Planetary even got a hit on the Templar. So many Templar went down there, but yeah, just walking into Storm here.
You can fall back with the infantry, but for the Liberators and tanks, that's not an option.
Yeah, but there's so many medevacs.
Repair only just starting now.
There's so much damage in this Terran army. It does look pretty wounded because of all the stimming and the storm, but with the medevacs keeping
and the Marauders,
Colossi.
Marauders standing up very well with their armor against those Colossus, and that was an amazing hold for Chatomic. That Planetary could have gone down so easily, but it is now gradually growing up on health as the repairs commence.
Yeah, it's a very good thing that Harus is really ahead on economy right now, because that was a pretty devastating loss for Harus.
I think we just had a medevac that tried to make its way back home over those doctors, but yep. I think Chatomic he doesn't seem to be separating things into control groups as much as some of the Code S players. I've noticed quite a bit of like the Liberators and the medevacs making their way ahead of the army.
Yeah.
And I don't get me wrong, I have 2 all the time, but I also put the flying units on separate ones, so after I have 2, I can correct.
Yeah. I think of all races, I think Terran probably benefits the most from F2, just because they can't select their units as they're building. So it's just like so much like easier to just F2 the army as like new units stream out.
There are 2 fleet beacons going down, so I think Harus might have gotten a little distracted. Or it's just urgent to get the upgrades down twice as fast. That's along with 3 Stargates. Back to what you were saying, when I play Terran, I put the Siege Tanks in a separate group, I put the Marine Marauders in a separate group, I put the Liberators in a separate group, just because it is so hard to tab your way through every one of the special abilities that you're supposed to do before the engagement starts.
For sure. I agree.
So, I mean, there are F2ers like me out there who also control group some stuff just so the abilities are accessible.
Yeah,
that is a lot of Marauders.
Armies walking right past each other, but meeting each other right afterwards as well.
In these chance encounters, Chatomic ends up at the high ground quite a bit. That's really to his benefit.
Yeah.
And he still does not know about that, what would you say, 9 or 10 o'clock base?
Yeah, about like
it
9.
It's not his visibility.
I'm gonna say that's like a 950 base, like 950.
Yeah, there was...
Oh, he's trying to land a command center right there. He's about
I was playing the Resident Evil, the original Resident Evil, original, not the remake of it recently, and there was some puzzle where these pool cues and balls gave you a hint to clock positions. And I forgot that, the hour hand does kind of move a little in between the hours.
So Chatomic does see these Tempests being produced right now as well. He has a very heavy army. Oh, and he doesn't pull back the command center. That's going to be a kill right there.
Yep.
He snipes a very expensive
the mothership. That is a lot of resources that didn't get any benefit there.
Yeah. So Harus is totally out of position right now. If Chatomic wants to right now, he could just stim in and kill production.
if he defends that ramp, his opponent is going to have so much trouble actually getting at the unit. That's just going to be a help.
Great storms coming on Chatam's army right here.
Alright.
But Protoss suffering from the storms right now as well, and he retreats to the next high ground. Great move. Good EMP on the army right now. Kills a bunch of those shields. No more. Oh, there's some Templar storm as well, but Haru's elects not to use it.
Lit up complete. He knows about that base, and it's always one of my favorite moments when I discover an enemy base when I'm trying to expand to that spot.
Yeah, and he pulled the Haru's army completely out of position, so I think he should be able to build this base unless those zealots buy a lot of time. Yeah, the zealots are buying.
The zealots are buying a whole lot of time right now, and those tanks never had the chance to siege either.
Yeah.
We have
Vikings ready. So far, this is the best game out of the series. I love this.
I am loving it. Those Vikings there to try to pick off Tempest and Colossus.
Only 4 Vikings so far, so this Tempest could fight if they wanted to.
Keep them coming. I don't see any progressions right now.
They are awfully munched though. Those Templar are awfully munched. Can he get the EMPs? Okay, he does EMP all the Templar. I don't think there's any.
I believe he does have the upgrade that makes them do extra damage against structures as well. And Tempest can just be so annoying in this kind of position.
I think we're starting to see the difference in economy right now. Look at the difference in supply.
And that 9 o'clock base still has not been taken down. Karus has taken the win.
Yeah, I think that 950 base is probably the MVP of the game. Maybe also the corner base.
Alrighty, let's bring them in here because that was just that was best of 3, right?
Yes, that was a best of 3.
Alright, welcome back. Karus has earned the opportunity or the punishment, depending how you look at it, to get a rematch against Dark Menace. Karus, how are you feeling?
I think I'm ready. Yeah.
Ready, huh?
Feeling good.
I'm feeling good.
And Chatomic, how did you feel? How did you feel about those games? I think you definitely put up a very strong fight in game 2, but like I think the difference in economy kind of caught up with you, right?
Yeah, at some point I was lacking a bit of bases. I really hate playing against Tempest because
I was just saying, everyone hates that.
Yeah. The range is just absurd. I know it's one of the how do you call this? The strong point of the Tempest. You know, like you can shoot from far away and take efficient trades and stuff like that. But man, Storm and Tempest, that's something. That's something else.
Yeah.
Yeah,
for sure.
And we were also discussing, it's like everyone's still adjusting to the changes in how long Storm lasts, even the people casting the Storm. It is so hard to like pinpoint when it's time to click into that area again.
Yeah, because like you'll pull the units away and then they'll just run back in with the unit AI and stuff. It's a very unintuitive Storm, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
Excellent. We were just amazed by the control from both of you. There was just some very impressive action there. Not to mention, Harus, your now trademark probe killing SCV beginning.
Yeah.
Which I'm looking forward to seeing a lot more of those.
It was basically GG once they killed my CV.
Oh, I don't think we're quite at that level yet, but it was a small little bit of momentum.
Yeah. I mean, I was playing perfectly. If you ignore storming my own High Templars to death, I was playing perfectly.
That's just what I'm saying. It's like even the people casting Sonic Storm are finding themselves kind of walking under it again too. But
yep.
Right,
GG's players. GG's.
Yeah. Bruce absolutely removed you from party. I need to get you in there. The finals. How are we handling server, by the way? We'd want Dark Menace's put on that. I haven't seen him yet.
I think the fairest thing to do would probably be to mix up the games between the servers. I think probably maybe a little bit annoying, but probably the fairest thing to do is alternate between games. Or we could do 2 on NA, 2 on EU, and then if it goes to the last one.
First, is this best of 5 or best of 7? I think it's best of 5, right?
Well, it's
it depends
best
on
of 7 if you guys want. or best of 5. It was just about the how much time we have. Traditionally,
Okay,
we've
well
been doing
here, let's
best of
bring Dark
7.
Menace in. Okay, Dark Menace, we're gonna figure out how we're gonna be running this. We need some input on number 1, whether this is gonna be best of 5 or best of 7. Number 2, whether we want to alternate between the U.S. and European server each time. And Harus, I know it's very, very late where you're at right now. Which direction do we want to go here?
I prefer if we do just best of 5.
Okay, best of 5. Dark Menace, you alright with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, and do we want to alternate servers each match?
Yeah,
I mean, that would be
can
fair.
alternate starting DU.
Okay. And do we want to veto Mothership?
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
I mean, how can you make Mothership on Mothership? Doesn't make any sense. So that's why I can't.
And yet, it can be done. And also, last thing, do you want to each... how about you each take turns choosing a map that isn't Mothership? We'll just go like that quickly for 5 of them, unless you want me to just randomly pick them again.
I don't care. Any maps.
Okay, I
Me
like the
too.
sound of that. So, Dark Menace, if you could hop on the European server to begin with, and we'll get right into it. And yeah, Dark Menace. I mean, you've got 2... You have history with Harus. What is this going to be like this time?
Do I have history?
Yep, Code S history anyway. I believe, Harus, have you been the run-up for Code S champion once or twice? I know you've been at least once.
I think once, yeah.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, definitely expecting a very close series between you two players. Yeah, I know Harus has definitely been grinding out games, but what about you, Dark Menace? Have you been playing a lot in preparation for this?
I've been playing for a bit. I mean, it's more than the 0 I usually play, so.
Alright.
Yeah, I think once you build up like a lot of skill in this game, it doesn't really go away. It's a lot like riding a bike.
Yep, I think they even threw that term in and beginning of the Heart of the Swarm campaign, yes, like riding a bike. Alright, and KJ, probably, if you could invite Dark Menace as soon as he's on the EU server, we can get into that. I'm going to choose the map right now. Yep. Yep, we got that. Alright, first map will be Tato Citadel.
Yeah, sorry.
Alright. We will waste no time putting you into your individual lobbies and seeing just where we're at. Seeing who will be Code S champion.
So it seems I was wrong about my previous prediction here. Would you like to give your prediction, Hyper Turtle?
I don't really want to, but I'll go ahead anyway. I am going to lean towards Dark Menace 3-2.
3-2. Yeah, I agree. It's definitely going to be a close series here. Harus is very dominant in his versus Terran, obviously. His versus Zerg we have seen a little bit of in this tournament. I think it's definitely not as strong. Also, I'm not sure how much Dark Menace has been playing, so maybe he's not quite used to the patch. He has been playing a little bit, obviously, as he mentioned. Yeah, Harus is just been working so hard. So just to be a contrarian, I'm going to say 3-2 in favor of Harus.
Alright, well, if you're right and I'm wrong, I owe you a code. In the lower right, we have our pink Zerg. He is
Dark Menace.
And in the top left, we have our blue Protoss player. He is
Harus.
And we should make it very clear, Dark Menace holds the crown. He has gotten that Code S championship multiple times. And we will see whether the fiery young lion here can step up and change history.
One thing I'm wondering actually is, what is Dark Menace's strongest matchup? That's one thing I guess we forgot to ask.
Yeah, we forgot to. There's a lot of things we forgot to ask because we've been at this for a while. I think Dark Menace is very confident against Zerg. I mean, against Protoss.
Yeah, considering he gets so much practice with his brother Neutrophil and also his other brother Little Reaper.
It's a family affair, and his other father too on occasion.
Yes.
But yeah, KJ is available just to switch to whichever race he feels like at the moment.
Yeah.
But it is a family affair here. You know, we saw Harus's brother just a little bit earlier, and yes, I love how we've got these very dominant families, multiple of them, in the FSL.
For the viewers who don't know, the FSL used to stand for Family Star League. It got turned to Fun Star League when they started adding other groups.
Between that, there has been a lot of effing going on here. Yeah, so and that actually sounded a lot worse than I thought it was. So apologies, right there. Match is moving along, very standard right now. Dark Menace, I think of his gameplay, I think of him just growing uncontrollably throughout it. He has a real knack for just sending enough over to his opponent's base to keep them occupied so that he can comfortably continue to expand, continue to macro. And it is very difficult to keep him at bay. It's very difficult to catch up to him once he does get ahead, if he does. And you know, you end up with a map with a whole lot of creep and a whole lot of Zerglings.
Yeah, for sure. That's what I've noticed as well. He seems very strong defensively as a Zerg player. Like a 2-base push won't outright kill him. He'll just kind of defend and then just make more drones afterwards, and or get some damage on the other side of the map.
Just the kind of player who, no matter what you do, seems to keep growing. And that is a hallmark of a fantastic Zerg, no matter how you look at it.
Yeah. So Stargate opening from Harus, as well as the double Adept at the same time. So yeah, I mean, this is like kind of one of those things in this stage of PvZ where like the Adepts will go in first, try to get a little bit of damage, get some drone kills, shade between the bases, and then while you're busy dealing with that, the Oracle flies in. So can Dark Menace stay on top of the timings here? He does throw down a Spore Crawler in the main and also in the natural, so I think he knows what's coming.
Well, I mean, the big thing there, you know, you were mentioning one of the standard, like Oracle Adept simultaneous things, but he sent his Adepts well ahead. He is going with 2 Oracles, and that is a fantastic way to keep your third safe without having to delay expanding it. And here we go with the Pulsar beams.
Yep, and Dark Menace just basically runs away from those units, tries to get the full scout.
Well,
yep, he does make it into the
not completely running away.
Oh.
He ran away with a handful of them while still leaving a bunch of other things to try to get that base cancelled.
Harus is just ignoring these lings at the third. Oh, okay, the Oracle comes back, but it's very low on energy. No, it's got enough. It's got enough. Okay.
Well, he also brought a friend.
Okay. Yeah.
So, you know, double Oracle is a nice little combination. You know, the Oracles are capable of a lot when they come in pairs or even more. Yeah, and the Nexus does complete.
This is one of those things I also haven't gotten used to ever since they made energy recharge. It's just like, as a Zerg player, you always feel like you can left-click that Nexus and take it. But then, like, the Oracles show up with, like, way more energy than you expect, and it's always bait. Like, you never
I inserted fresh batteries into my Oracle.
Yeah.
Nothing can stop the Copper Top.
Yeah. So, Lair is on the way, almost done for Dark Menace. He's mining a little bit of gas. So, yeah, really just prioritizing that mineral income right now. Throwing down his 4th base.
And here come the Oracles against the 3rd. Looks like he's going ahead and just...
Yeah.
Yeah, he got the cancel. Not bad.
Was not expecting that. Okay.
And I guess
yeah.
that was the fourth, actually. But yeah.
Yeah. So I guess the queens were a little out of position there, but it is 2 oracles. Like, you really have to respect that damage.
You do indeed. You know, you need to stay away from them or just take them out before they can get their damage going. Glass cannons that they are.
So I think because of the Ling investment that went across the map, Darkness is slightly behind on workers, but okay, now I say that, the new workers pop out, and he's ahead again. Zerg production, everybody.
Yep. The state of the game is in constant flux, no matter how we look at it.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, Roach speed.
Yep.
Hydralisk.
Hydralisk speed too.
Yeah.
It's always an interesting part of the commenting game, trying to remember which tooth and claw icon accounts for which unit.
I just realized how closely they resemble each other. And then there's that third upgrade as well, which they named Nanomuscular Swell, the Hydra Lung upgrade. And no one's going to call it that. No one's going to call it that.
It is. But... No, it's so... And then the ability, yeah, they changed the name to Lunge. It was so great because the lore people were like hopping in and pointing out that, you know, whatever they had it for originally just didn't fit. They were doing a similar thing with the Cyclone upgrade, the most recent time they changed it, because they said something about, like, I don't know, thrusters, which turns out Cyclones do not have. They've got treads.
Ever since David Kim left, the naming has been a little off the ball, I think.
Well, I mean, it's by people who weren't involved in development at any previous point. It's not just David Kim. It's also like Kevin Dong and Tim Morton. But it's like, you know, it's been a very long time since there's been anything new in co-op, much less campaigns. So us lore junkies, it's like we're waiting for that big opportunity to hop in and tell the multiplayer people that they're wrong.
So yeah, both players really just teching up, building up here. Haru's taking his 4th base. Dark Menace has been sitting on his for a while, fully saturated. Yeah, Lurkers are going to be the choice. It looks like a bunch of ranged units, so probably Roach Hydra into Lurker, which can be a great answer versus Zealot Charge-a-lot Archon.
We're getting some damage in on the 4th over there.
Oh, yeah, we got some Roaches.
A lot of
Roaches.
Roaches.
The Roaches are being traded out here, actually. Good damage. So, or three workers so far. Keeps the army busy. Gets a good scout on what your opponent is building.
Yeah. Again, no cancel here. Harus has done a very good job making sure that his next see the light of day.
For sure. Harus is a little ahead on his attack upgrades. Dark Menace only now getting 1/1.
Yeah, like you said, a little ahead in all directions, but we're getting to the Lurker tech. All it really takes is one bad engagement against Lurkers or one, you know, really profitable Ling run-by.
Yeah.
So, not a time to get comfortable. And you see over on that 4th, there still aren't any defensive structures there. And the Immortal just being queued right past those Roaches.
So
but
a
there are
large amount
warping.
of Lings being made as well. So it can be helpful when you have this very static army. Oh, okay, we have an engagement here. The Archons get right on top of the Lurkers. Oh, this is really bad.
Yeah, that revelation straight at the beginning.
Yeah,
wasting
like
no time making full use of the Oracle.
The infantry not really ahead of the army here. But okay,
yeah, I think this is a one-way trip here.
Oh, he pulls back a bunch of Lings and cleans this up.
Oh, I don't think even that last Immortal got recalled.
Yeah.
Just almost managed to make the escape.
That was looking really good for Harus until the flank came in, which I think that flank originally was actually going to be a counterattack.
And all this time, every moment of this game, Dark Menace is sending at least a few units into his opponent's worker lines or his expansion areas.
Yeah, very good storm on the Lings. Again, he only sends half the Lings at first, so he doesn't get all of his Lings stormed at the same time. The Lurkers park themselves, and the Hydras are still standing without any buffer to really contest them.
Right. The Immortals, they're just going to get outranged by the Hydralisk here. Dark
Yeah.
Menace, what really impresses me this game is what you were just talking about, where anytime he's got a group of Lings, he's just been splitting them up so he can hit more than one place, so his opponent can't just throw a big ball to defend with.
Yeah. While the army is posturing with the lurkers right now, a bunch of Lings go towards the original third base.
And this is not going to stop here.
Yep, no, and that gives the Dark Menace the opportunity to park in front of the Cybernetics Core, which is really where he wants to be right now. Yeah. So the Zealots are getting on top of the Lurkers here. Good storm on the Hydras, and they're kind of just eating that right now. But yeah, look at all those Lurkers just streaming across the map right now. This is a very dominant position.
Ahead by 40 supply, and he is just sending just one round of Lings after another after another. Harus has that lower left base, but right now it's the...
Harus did clean up the main army there, but yeah, now Dark Menace just regroups, goes again. He is ahead in terms of economy right now. He can afford to keep doing this.
I really want to see some defensive structures from Harus, because he knows his opponent is going to keep sending Lings any chance he gets. He's got the batteries, but not the cannons. That's the big thing there.
Yeah. One aspect of Classics play, if you notice, is he always puts up a bunch of cannons at all his outer expansions. Just make the defense a lot easier. The Lurkers get right in front of this army, and ooh, that's as expensive for Dark Menace right there.
We've been seeing a lot from both sides of the big tap units accidentally getting way in front of the Zerglings and Zealots.
Yeah, the Zerglings do very well there, though, taking a good number of the Immortals. But yeah, losing those Lurkers I don't think was worth it.
Dark Menace still with a very comfortable
dying.
supply lead. I love just how quickly a few Immortals can take down enemy units.
Yeah.
And yep. Yeah, Dark Menace has discovered that corner base there.
Yep, so Lurkers park themselves again, and this time the army goes ahead of it. I think this army is good from Dark Menace. Storm lands right. Yeah.
He is Sonic Storming himself, just because the bigger concern are the Zerglings. GG!
That was impressive from Dark Menace to play the Lynx when he realizes the Storm's just hitting the Protoss' own units. And then he holds position for the Lynx right afterwards as well, so they don't run back in.
Yeah, Dark Menace showing that, well, he hasn't missed a beat here. That was just classic of what I was expecting from him, where he just kept growing. It never stopped trying to be a nuisance somewhere or another spot.
So,
okay, we are switching to NA, like you said.
Love that there's a feature in the UI that just quickly changes the server without having to leave and come back.
Yeah, I forgot all about that before I quit, actually. Thanks for reminding me.
Yeah. I've noticed it on some GM streamers.
It was actually, that was something I think they added right before they stopped doing more paid development. And here, let me just... Yes, Matheson's a bot. You know, we love him anyway, but he is a bot.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I need to switch.
Yeah, I'm gonna get everyone invited again. And then after this match, Nucleo, make absolutely sure you remind me to switch regions in-game. Because I don't think I've ever actually done that before.
Yeah, you just hit escape, and right above the options thing, there's a little globe. Okay, it looks like we have Hyper.
I'm gonna start throwing invitations out. Invite.
But yeah, great game one. I really felt that could have gone anyone's way, but yeah, just losing those bases, that fourth base, for Harus, and not really being able to reestablish it was a bit of a problem.
That was a big turning point, and after that, just the fact that he was not he didn't have the forces or spread of defenses to deal with the constant, follow-up harass, reinforcements, everything. Up until then, with his Oracle play, he was able to get some really good work done.
Yeah. Taito Citadel, probably like one of the biggest maps in the map pool as well. Yeah, just in terms of positioning, Darius was able to like really pull the army apart, and just like moving between like the places that he needed to be. Just took a very long time. Gave Dark Menace the opportunity to do a lot of damage.
All right, KJ, go ahead and join too. And yes, after this, we are going. My daughter says we're going cake shopping, so it's classic Portal material here. Cake and grief counseling coming up. All right, Dark Menace says he's ready.
Haru's ready? Yep.
Haru says go. We're going to be going on Tourmaline.
Yep, a bit of a smaller map. Yep, no watchtowers and many potential attack paths, I think. So yeah, I think the name of this game will be like a little bit more like Vision.
Yeah.
Keep track of your opponent's army.
You are watching.
Coming heavily. Also, just generally making sure your opponent doesn't have the opportunities to just wipe out any worker lines or bases. In the lower left, we have our reigning Codas champion. He is the Pink Zerg, known as
Dark Menace.
And in the top right, down one game, we have our contender, the Red Protoss. His name is
Haru.
Alright, well, Bruce, yep, up in here. We are going with high ground, pylon, and gateway placement.
Yeah.
And already putting probes across. I think we are going in cannon rush.
So, Dark Menace's second Overlord is... Okay, it is flying over to the natural right now. So,
yeah. That's absolutely standard, and this is the reason why.
Yeah. If you play any ladder whatsoever, you kind of have to do this. So he's putting the first pylon down off into this little corner right here. I'm curious what type of Sim City he's going to go for here. Can rushes are always a little bit different on every map, and he's got like a second fake scouting probe as well.
Right.
Okay, first can goes down and gateway. Okay, this is the worst type of can rush to deal with.
Worst for whom?
Definitely for the Zerg, I think. But okay, so Dark Menace does get some of the workers on the other side of the pylon right here. So he's able to actually damage to this cannon a little bit.
And remember, this is Karus. This is the master of killing workers with a probe.
Yeah. And he's also got the backup probe as well, I believe.
Well, this is something you can see he's been practicing. He had a game plan, and this is one of the many questions I didn't get around to asking during that initial interview was, are there some builds that you've been keeping hidden so that Karus doesn't know to expect them?
Yeah. So yeah, Dark Menace just cancels the natural right there. There is an Overlord near Haru's natural, so he does see that pylon is going down.
Yeah, well, look at where Dark Menace is putting his natural, so to speak.
Oh, okay. Well, this is...
He is going with counter proxy here. It is going to be Proxy Roach.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't expecting this at all.
No, I wasn't, but I am absolutely sure that Dark Menace has dealt with plenty of cannon rushes, and he has his favorite ways to counter them.
Yeah.
Now, Harus has that gateway over there, so he can actually send some, Zealot or two to attack into the main line, but anything he has on that side of the map is something that isn't on his own side for defense, so...
And he doesn't have a wall at his natural yet either, or any defensive structure yet.
No.
So the hatchery is not completed. One thing I was wondering was, is this going to turn into a very Oh.
Here's the light bulb moment. He's been
Yeah.
wondering. So what
Yep,
is
and
Dark Menace up to? He didn't take his third.
He's cannon rushing. He's cannon rushing the box. That is hilarious.
Well, this is our special game of building things where you wouldn't normally build them.
Yeah. So Dark Menace is morphing some Ravagers at the front, and so Harus didn't really commit to the contain. Like, he didn't build like additional structures. He wasn't trying to be super aggressive there. Yeah. So there's not a lot on the other side of the map. 2 Ravagers. Oh, okay. There is a Stalker as well. Okay. Yeah. For now, he has to back off a little bit. On the other side of the map, though, Dark Menace did take down that cannon rush.
I think he is making a complete wall to his main right now.
Yeah.
And I love these kinds of deals early game because anything they try to send after each other has to get past. I mean...
Oh, yeah, wall goes down.
Yeah, that did not last long, and that is a lot of lings. He is going with that for the Roaches. Stargate, 2/3 the way done, and he is pulling the workers.
Decent spot. But yeah, now the workers are having to fight lings, which is always less than ideal. One of those stalkers is obviously on the other side of the map as well. Unfortunately, that won't be able to participate in the defense. And yeah, Dark Menace is just moving across the other side of the map. This is not going to be a macro yet.
I don't know. I mean, it could normalize, couldn't it? Couldn't it?
Potentially. I mean, no knows what's really gonna happen here. Okay, so Void Ray coming out.
I stopped knowing what was gonna happen next a couple minutes ago. The creep spread makes its way to the natural.
Yeah, exactly. Dark Menace cleaning up the front as well. Just pretty like all over the place.
By the way, Harus's only gateway is over there in his opponent's natural.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. So he's got to rely on air units, but yeah, everything gets depowered right here. There's just so much on the ground right now, and Dark Menace is going straight for the workers at the same time.
That takes all the wind off Harus's sails. There is so little he can do right now. I mean, that Void Ray doesn't have to worry about getting hurt much, but there's only so quickly it can take things out. Void Ray is not exactly the fastest thing to eliminate multiple lings with.
Yeah, 19 workers killed, 20 workers, 21 killed by Dark Menace's. Yeah, and now we're looking at a Zerg that's basically going to be on 3 bases. Not a lot of workers, but more
and here he goes. That Void is on cleanup duty. He needs to do the prismatic alignment if he wants that to go just a little bit faster.
Yeah, but even after he kills that hatchery, there's gonna be creep tumors all over the place. Like, he's gonna have so much evasion lasting from this. But yeah,
just look at that queen just sort of tiptoeing its way home. You know, in the original game, every once in a while you'd have this with Reavers, but yeah, Reaver's got nothing on queens off creep.
Very true.
Alright, here go the Void Rays.
Yep,
Bruce
while
is
the
gonna
Void Rays move
see-
across the map, Lings go back in, but there is a cannon.
And the Voids
but not
are away,
for
the
long.
Lings will play. No, not for long.
Oh, but their shield
Oh,
battery just
battery.
activates, and Dark Menace immediately runs away as soon as that starts getting healed, wasting a lot of mining time here. This is the sort of thing that if you have the APM for it, just hitting, auto-attacking, running away, auto-attacking, run away. So great. Oh, and Bruce
Those
left
probes.
missiles.
Those probes can go back, reach charge, and start mining again, but
yeah,
even then. Alright.
Okay, Hydras are already out. And GG.
Yeah, just like that. Dark Menace has taken the second match. Alright,
So yeah, my prediction is not shaping up so well. Let's see how games 3 and 4 go. Oh, and please
Where do I right
switch
click?
using yeah. So hit escape and then switch to Europe without leaving the game.
Is that in options?
Yeah, so right above options, there should be a little globe at the top right. You click on that and switch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I guess we should be giving that little public service announcement to our players too.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if Dark Menace did that.
I don't know. I know Harus jumps around a bit.
Yeah, Harus jumped pretty instantly. Let's get KJ
Yeah.
as well.
Here, I want to stay party leader, so I'm gonna invite you.
I'm gonna. Oh, okay. I was gonna make.
Never
you leader.
mind. Request to join party, then just make me the leader. Okay.
Yes. There we go.
Okay, is that everyone?
No, we're still missing Dark Menace.
Okay. Here. History.
Oh, and yep, we have everybody.
Okay. So we've done Tito. What was the last map on?
Tourmaline. First map was Taito Citadel.
Yep, that I have remembered to mark down. So, yeah, we are going into Celestial Enclave then.
Right, so in the first game, Macro Game didn't work out too well. Second game, Cheese didn't work out too well.
Yeah, what does that leave?
My next guess is
Eco?
potentially. Potentially. I mean, this map I think lends itself well to that. Maybe not for this map, but maybe like Twilight Council pressure. Maybe like a 2-base all-in.
Well, I mean, I'm sure that Harus has other builds. He's just going to have to decide what he's going to go with. But yeah, probably not going straight up with the stuff he was using before. All right, they say they're ready, though. And when Harus says he's ready, you better believe he's ready.
Yeah.
Thoughtfully wanted to let us know that he's just eating. So good on him. You want to keep that going.
You are watching FSL.
In the upper right, we have our challenger player, the Protoss in the blue. He is
Harus.
And in the bottom left, our reigning champion, our pink Zerg player, up 2 points in this best of 5 series. His name is
Dark Menace.
Alright, away we go. So, okay, so Harus is just, standard. He's gonna wall off that ramp. Interesting thing on this map, it's like, obviously you put the wall at the main entrance, but you do have to keep a little bit of an eye on that destructible barrier there.
Yeah, very sturdy barrier. It doesn't really get taken down until at least the mid game. But yeah, like you do have to keep an eye on that for the future.
That's right. Come and visit Bob's Barriers for all your barrier needs. Bob's Barriers. Our barriers don't hurt. You can tell I lost the. I didn't have a build planned out for that, but.
Build order for jokes. I don't know. What's your favorite website for that?
Build order jokes. I am gonna have. That could be a nice. That could be a nice Reddit thread. Just everyone, give me your best build order jokes. Honestly, I don't know a ton of StarCraft jokes. I stick with just a couple. My main one is the old, Zealot walks into a bar. The bartender says, "What'll it be?" And the Zealot reaches into his pockets and he finds a bunch of minerals, but no gas. And he shrugs the bartender, and the bartender winks at him and says, "Hey, for you, no charge."
Yep. Very accurate joke. Yeah. No.
We've all been there, man. We've all been there. Even the people who don't play Protoss, man. All right, yeah. So going back to the more standard stuff, getting the Stargate up and running. So I'm assuming it will be oracles out of there.
Yeah, Haru's sticking with what he knows, it seems. This is just such a strong opening versus Zerg in the early stages of the game. It gives you so much map control.
And map control means actually being able to take a third.
Yes.
So that can be just vital.
Yeah.
And we are going with Roach Warren already from Dark Menace. Roach Warren before the third.
But that's a pretty early Roach Warren.
Yes, it did.
I think normally standard you would get a Roach Warren around like maybe 30 to 4 minutes, depending on like what you want to prepare for. This screams like macro hatch at the third to make a bunch of units and just stream across the map. I'm expecting Ravagers are going to be morphed. Yeah, 6 Roaches in production right now.
And of course he is taking a third, but I think that's going to be more for Larva, at least early on.
Yeah, so I did say Ravagers, but come to think of it, I don't think he's been mining the gas necessary for that. So yeah, this is just going to be a bunch of Roaches and Lings. Oh, and Harissa is going to get the Scout here for the first 2 Adepts.
Dark Menace looking like he wants to just wrap things up. Wants to go for a little bit of a shorter game here.
Well, I mean, he's already got 2 games as a buffer. If this doesn't work, he's going to have a lot to fall back on.
Right, comfortable position.
Yeah.
You know, when I'm up against Roaches as the Oracle, I kind of prefer Stasis Ward over Pulsar Beam. But we'll see which way he goes. He is sending that along, but he is seeing a very long parade of Roaches here. And yep, he turns on the beam.
Shield battery just barely doesn't get to kill the Stalker. The Roaches start running into the natural, though this Pulsar Beam is working as fast as
pull in the boys
these,
against Roaches. That's something you never want to have to be forced to do, but sometimes that's your only option.
And the rest of this is just Link streaming across the map. The reinforcement is going to be so fast.
Void Ray very nice against Roaches, not as nice against Zerglings. 9 workers have gone down so far, and again, having to pull them against Roaches.
Depower on the Stargate. I think that's
the Void Ray that will never be. And look, I think Dark Menace was thinking about trying to chew his way through the barrier, then it's like, wait a moment, what am I doing here? Just...
So I don't think that's a wall at the natural. If he wanted to, he could keep going in. But yeah, obviously
it's not a full wall. He had a Stalker there before.
Yeah. So in terms of workers killed there, 22 workers killed very early on. This is... I hate to say it, but that might be game ending almost. Like, this is such a solid lead for Dark Menace.
And yeah, already he's put in the Spore Crawlers down, he's got the Queens where he needs them.
Yeah.
So he has no issue transitioning from one thing to another. That's one of the really impressive things about Dark Menace. If one of his plans doesn't work, he's got a couple backups in his pocket.
Yeah.
You know, he's not one to overcommit.
Oh, for sure, yeah. He could have kept streaming units across the other side.
Could have been one roach after another.
Yeah. But if that Stargate got back online with more Oracles, it could have turned very badly for him. Yeah, Harus is just trying to get his worker count back up, really chrono boosting his economy, transitioning into Twilight Council, and taking the pocket base. Originally he did want to take the line third, but given the state of the game right now, he's got to sit back and turtle a little bit. Okay.
He does actually manage to take down a Queen. Transfuse is a really powerful ability, but it's easy to forget. It's also an expensive one.
Yeah.
You don't always have the energy for it.
Yeah. Two Queens going down and not even a Void Ray being lost.
3 Queens. This is full Game of Thrones material here. We are leaving. We are losing Queens by the dozen.
Very barely loses the Void Ray to the Spore Crawler.
And Dark Menace, meanwhile, just kind of making his way around the map. During this time where the Lings don't have as much that they can do, he's just going from one place to another, destroying rocks and barriers, and just making sure those paths are open later.
Yeah. He's working on the barrier that you mentioned before.
Yes, Bob's barrier.
Bob's barriers, yeah.
Bob's barriers, yeah.
Oh, the Hydras do catch the Oracle and the Void Ray, which is kind of a painful loss.
And the Oracle.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do want to point out, those 2 barriers are not actually constructed by the same Bob. There's actually 2 Bob's barriers in business. They're currently in a legal battle about who actually has the rights to the name.
Yeah, they're trying to see who's got the better barriers.
Yeah, Bob's better barriers. That's what one of them is considering changing the name to. As far as Roos's line of thought, Sopoli was mentioning, that air might be a nice chance. I don't know. Dark Menace going with quite a few Hydralisks and now has a Spire in play. So Roos just moving ahead with the various gateway technology.
Yeah, one very annoying thing that Zerg can do when they already have an economic lead is just get kind of like more of an economic lead. And Dark Menace already churned out a ton of drones, but if he just makes like the European 8 Mutalisk and just dances around, that's gonna be so annoying to do.
This is one more thing. Even if those Mutalisks aren't doing damage, you're forcing your opponent to keep some defenses back there so don't lose more workers.
Even transitioning into Phoenixes to try to deal with them just means that you're gonna have that much less on the ground to actually deal with anything else, and your opponent's
that much less can shoot down.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, very awkward pylon transition there.
Yeah.
And we are going into Lurker attack. No surprise there. Dark Menace, by the way, with a Ling at each possible next expansion, and just. Something I'm learning a lot about Dark Menace is he really hates rocks.
That's understandable as a Zerg player.
Yeah, but I mean, he is making sure it's not just the rocks near where his base is, where his enemy base is. He doesn't want to leave a single rock standing on the map. That is how you 100% complete this map.
Yeah.
You got to have the bonus objective with taking out all the destructible surfaces too.
Yeah. Haru's moving out on the south side of the map.
He does.
Lings are ready to counterattack should need to arise.
Way behind in supply.
He does see this. He's tipped off to this move out, and yeah, the army is here. Ton of Hydras. Oh wow.
Some people sell Hydras short. There are circumstances, particularly against units that don't have as much range, where they really excel.
Yeah, there's not that many Zealots here to get on top of the Hydras, but also there's just so many Hydras. There's so much damage in this
I think
army.
right there, Bruce might be surrendering in just a moment.
Yeah, it's such a supply difference right
Bruce, by the way, even though he has Templar Archives, he does not have storage. So those there's just no good counter to these Hydralisks. There's no Colossus, no Storm.
Yeah. More Archons being made, but
and there we
those
go.
Hydras are going to be able to kite them so easily.
Dark Menace is making sure that this game does not end before he's destroyed that last destructible barrier. Alright, call Bob. We need to do more barrier shopping.
And War Prism moving out, but yeah, Dark Menace is already
Rock
here.
Menace. Look,
and
on the other side of that now. Gee! Dark Menace has managed to do a clean sweep, and he is still the FSL Code S champion! Had to put some extra oomph into that.
Yes.
Congratulations, Dark Menace. You have successfully defended your Code S championship. There was just very strong matches. Yeah, you were on the back foot a little bit against the Oracles in match 1. You were able to come back from that, and then beyond that, we talked about you just having an uncanny ability to just grow and grow and grow.
Yeah, I think it was more of the Adepts initially than the Oracles, because they really delayed my layer tech to counter the Oracles. But
yeah. You busted out a wide variety of builds as well, both of you players.
Yeah, absolutely. We honestly haven't gotten enough cannon rushes that haven't been against me in FSL.
And not many proxy hatches in response to cannon rushes. That was probably the most interesting game in the series.
Yeah. Dark Menace, has that been something you've had to resort to on ladder here and there?
I've done it a couple times, but I was thinking if he cannon rushes me, I'm gonna do that immediately.
And if you're gonna build on my side of the map, I'm gonna build on your side of the map.
Yeah. one of the most important things is to decide when you just want to like cancel that hatchery and just invest it somewhere else. But yeah, we weren't expecting that, a really aggressive investment. Yeah, and Harus, how did you feel in game one? It was a lot of back and forth, but yeah, like in terms of like the economy, I think Dark Menace started getting more of a lead. What were you thinking during that game?
In game one, I thought I was in good spots in the beginning. I killed a lot of drones with my adepts and my oracles, but then he just have a very good scouted. You know, like everywhere I go, he's there. I couldn't just. I used some Zealotron buys, but he just defended it. When I go with my army anywhere, he's just there. I don't know how he does that, but he's very good at that.
Yeah, Dark Menace, what is your secret?
To scouting, to seeing where they are.
Cool.
Which part?
I think he uses a lot of Settle style. That's why he's pretty good.
If you're gonna model your gameplay after someone, the reigning world champion is a good person to pick from.
In the second game, I never in my life cannon rush. I have no idea what to do after cannon rushing.
Oh, okay.
So I cannon rushed. I was like, okay, know what?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
You gotta be ready to transition.
I was actually
right up.
noting that was like the type of cannon rush that you went for is sometimes one of the hardest ones to deal with because you really limit the surface area on that cannon, and it gives you the option to add more production facilities behind it if you really want to contain a Zerg. Yeah.
Usually when I see like Hearthstone play that or anyone, the game ends after the cannon rush. So I didn't know what to do.
I'm no expert, but I think one of the biggest issues there was the only gateway you had was the one that was blocking that cannon. So just a question of making sure you have the production or defenses on your side of the map too, and that's something I try to exploit when I survive a cannon rush, just banking on the fact that my opponent probably doesn't have stuff at home.
Yeah, I know what the mistakes I made. Like, I didn't build any gate maze in my base. I should have built the Stargate before building the second Nexus. I should have walled the Natural before I built the second Nexus, but I didn't do any of that. So, yeah, I ended up losing, so makes sense.
Well, Dark Menace, we do plan to do a lot more just playing up challenge matches this coming season when we're not going with League. Are you willing to take any and all challengers from FSL?
Not maybe. We'll see.
Not possibly, maybe. Okay. So any FSL player, except possibly maybe, is welcome to throw down the glove and try to take the belt from Dark Menace, and I would like to see how they do.
We'll see.
We will indeed see, and I am looking forward. We are revving up for our next season. Dark Menace, you're still on your brother's team. Pulled the boys, right?
Hopefully.
Okay, yeah, there is a draft coming up, so we will see what happens next. Thank you, both of you. This has been a crazy, entertaining day. I am looking forward to what the future of FSL brings.
GG's.
All right.
What a way to end Season 10. Season 9. Season 9.
The most improved. I've got to go with Sergeant ABC.
The first round draft choice, Mr. Sergeant ABC.
It's fun and hopefully you'll get some good results.
Oh, I would have directed the draft.
Okay, there are your teams for Season 9.
Yeah, a very good try overall.
Right?
Yeah.
That's the thing that they got you. So it looks like that.
Going to see the blind leading the deaf to a 2-0 victory over GG Izzy. GG's call.
cat has claws, ladies and gentlemen. These probes are going down. Hey, you know why that cheese is? You know? Oh, you're not. But this is I'm in 37 to 10, low supply there. We have the GG. Alright, great. Sergeant ABC ties things up. Each team has 1 point. Excellent.
And today we've got a special treat for some of our players because they are going to be taking on the 2-time world champion Zero.
Battle cruiser operational.
30 enlisted. We have the GG. Oh boy. He has come in with guns ablaze. Yeah, throughout this, as he's
Oh, and they pull it up!
GG! Minnesota Barcraft, FSL team, manages to get a GG.
TV Battle. Aegis Raider. Infinite Cycles.